Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello. I am just getting everything set up for us. Let me make sure that is muted. And let me make this full screen. Yay. Okay, got that going. And now let me check on the chat. How is everybody? I hope you're all doing well. Okay, audio's here. Hi, Lisa and Carol. Thank you for being here. We are here on a Friday, and it's going to be a half day today. So, that I am kind of excited about, guys, because it's a lot like live streaming all day. But it's actually it's really fun. It's really fun. It's just I don't get a chance to make videos for revealing the narc and then I want to make all of the trial recaps for this week. I haven't had a chance and I have some good footage that I could make some shorts from just watching his behavior or things that were said during the trial. So yeah, that's something to work on. Um, oh, you guys, I got my hot chocolate maker. I got it. Hi, Agatha. Good morning. The hot chocolate maker, everybody. I made my first one last night, and it's actually like chocolate pieces that melt. Like I'm used to powdered hot chocolate. This is great. It is so great. I had a peppermint white chocolate yesterday. So good. Carol says, with love, Megan premiered at ranking 171. Carol, by chance, do you know what the other seasons, how it ranked the other seasons? Hi, Charlie. Good morning. Oh, about the hot chocolate, Agatha. It's fantastic. It is so fantastic. Like, it's so good. And I bought the package that's like all mint. So there's like mint chocolate and then there's peppermint and then I had the peppermint white chocolate. Oh my goodness. I need to get my coffee going too, but I feel like I need to wait for another 2 hours. Like if I drink it now, it's just too early. I wish I could drink it now. But then I know I'm going to want it again in 2 hours. So I'm holding off. I'm holding off. Um, they start the live feed pretty early. It took over a week to roll off the top 300 for season 2. Okay, and it started at 171. I bought a machine, Lisa. It's it's called a chocolate velvetizer, and I it's on my Amazon storefront in the my favorite things list. Oh my gosh. It's so good. It was a little bit expensive. It was a little bit expensive, but it's like one of those things that makes you feel gourmet every time you make it. Agatha says almost bought Swiss Miss here, but it's 10 bucks for 5 pouches, so I cook my own. Oh, yeah, that is pricey over there. And the one I admit, the one I got is pricey. It's pricey. Um, but I figured it's a Christmas gift to myself and it's nice during this season and I was thinking like how cozy it is when Christine and I film our holiday Christmas reviews, movie reviews, and we drink hot chocolate. Oh, it looks like things are getting started. Carol says season 1 was the only one to stay in the top 10 for a week. Oh, because of Megan and Mindy and the I Am Sussex. Let's see, what's their interaction like here? She's totally ignoring him. But she almost seems to be looking at him from the corner of her eye too. The back of the suit for for him, I just noticed, like, isn't that supposed to be torn? There's a fabric that's, like, holding it together, one on the right side, one on the left side. Is she onto him? I don't know. Their interactions are really weird. We're, like, watching them like a hawk. He seems, like, hyper aware of where she is, like, as soon as she walks by, he's, like, immediately his body's moving, but he probably doesn't interact with many women. Huh. He might creep her out. I hope he does. Hi, TMTV, good morning. If only we had a view from the front. So everybody, I think I'm gonna make a YouTube video today for revealing the narc about narcissists and friendships when it's a group of 3, because I felt the interactions between Megan, Kelly, and Lindsay were a little bit weird. Um, I just don't think I can post full clips, so what I think I'll do is I'll make a bunch of shorts. Hi, Pinky's Tea Party. Yeah, he is so creepy. He is so creepy. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a video of all of their interactions, and what I'll do is I'll make a bunch of shorts that have the actual Netflix clips, and then in the full video, I might have screenshots, and I'll make it all one playlist so that people can scroll through the videos and then see the full thing. I think that's what I'm gonna do, just because I don't wanna get any copyright issues, and the copyright rules are different for, um, shorts than they are for full length movies, videos, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. I It's like 5 minutes where they're all together, and I've gone through, let's see how many minutes I have left to make clips out of. I have another 3 minutes and 10 seconds, not bad, not bad. So, I'll finish up the shorts, and then yeah, that's, I think, the best idea. Then that means I need to release all the shorts at the same time. I really like Cheer Denise as well. She gets me laughing too, she's great. Thanks, Agatha. Thank you. Well, maybe see, the thing is I don't wanna put out a bunch of them all at the same time. Like, maybe I can record the video for the friends today, between today and tomorrow, put out all the clips. Yeah, poor Archie is learning. Yep, agreed, TMTB. And then make a different video for today. So what do we what do we have in the headlines today? What beautiful surprise. You By the way, do you all know this is my routine? I wake up in the morning when we don't have the trial, and one of the very first things I do is I go on the Daily Mail and I try to find out what Megan has done overnight. Or what people are reporting on. Oh, right now it says Netflix agrees to buy Warner Brothers in $72 billion deal. Did you all hear that? And they have a picture. There's like a 4, I don't know, can you all see? And there's Superman. It's hard to see. There's Superman, and I think that's Barbie. I think it's the girl from Game of Thrones. And then they have a little picture of Anderson Cooper, and under it, it says out. Yep, Carol. Megan will raise them as golden child and scapegoat, and I think it's going to reverse. Right now, it's Lily, in my opinion, because Megan gets attention for Lily. But once Lily starts outshining Megan, that is when trouble. When she said Archie likes red, is she indicating?
All rise, jurors entering.
They didn't have any before trial stuff. No, I have not read Sam Vaknin. I don't know what that is, TMTB.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. What's going to call of the Massachusetts in this honorable court? Please be seated. Please turn up your cell
phone. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Hope you all had a nice night. Jurors, we'll start today with the questions that we have every morning. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or any news media?
Yes.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
First, again, thanks for your obedience to those rules. We're ready to begin today's work. The record should reflect that all jurors have answered yes to all the questions. You can come back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this is,
You understand you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
this is Trooper Keith continuing.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report I just handed to you?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that report before coming in here today?
Yes.
Is that a redacted version of what's been marked for identification I with some images blurred out?
Yes.
And so that would be a collection of text messages between the number identified for Brian Walsh and the number identified for Anna as far as contacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are the last 4 digits of the Brian Walsh number?
The last 4 is 8646
And what are the last digits for Anna New?
7966.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, the redacted version of I.
Any objection?
No.
The Celebrite report between the interactions of the phone ending in 8646 to 7966 is now in evidence as Exhibit 169. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish 169?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as 169 on the screens, please? Trooper, directing your attention to the first text on the page, which phone number is, what are the last 4 digits of the phone number sending this text message?
8646.
What is the body of the text?
Hello,
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next two texts? Trooper, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Thomas asked if you were coming today.
And what was the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And then if you could scroll down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Trooper, which number sent this next text in the chain?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I haven't heard from you at all.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:54 a.m.
Now, could you, Ms. Gilman, scroll down to the next text in that chain? Trooper, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 7966.
And what is the body of this text?
My flight got canceled driving up.
And what was the date and time it was read?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:57 p.m.
Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 51? Trooper, this top text on the page, which number is sending it?
Could you scroll up a little bit?
Yep. I guess you'd have to go all the way up to 50. Which number is sending this text, Trooper?
The number ending in 8646.
And if we could go back down to 51? What was the time in the bottom corner of this text after it says sent?
December 30th, 2022, 6:33 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next message in the chain? Thank you. Trooper, which phone is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed. William said he forgot it was there. Ha ha ha. Okay, call anytime.
What is the date and time? Now, this doesn't say delivered, correct? Or is there a time when it was delivered?
It does not say, sir.
What is the date and time in the bottom corner of the text?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:33 p.m.
And so, sir, if there's no delivered, what does that mean?
I don't believe it was ever delivered to the intended recipient.
But there's a date and time. Is that when the text was written?
In the bottom right,
Yes,
that's when it was sent.
that was when it was sent, because there's a status saying sent.
Correct.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next text? Trooper, which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
Could you read the body of this?
Hello, where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early. Big day tomorrow for everyone. I still love you. Ha ha ha.
And what is the date and time in the bottom?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:18 p.m.
And does this note if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we go to the next page, page 52? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello,
And what is the date and the time?
January 3rd, 2023 at 6:39 a.m.
Does this denote if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we have the next text? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time of this?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
And this has a status of sent?
Yes.
Could we have the next message? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I'm worried. Please call or email.
And what time was this sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
Could we go to page 53? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this?
Where are you? I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now.
And what is the date and time this message was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:30 a.m.
Can we have the next message, please? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
I will call after I drop the boys. If I don't hear from you this morning, I'm going to report you missing.
What is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023 at 8:32 a.m.
And going down to the next message, what number sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this message?
Hello, I texted your sister and Alyssa. I am calling Jeff if I don't hear from you. Where are you?
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:16 p.m.
Going down to page 54. Sir, which phone sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what does the body of it say?
Hello,
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:03 p.m.
And the next message, sir, which phone sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
Where are you? The boys and I are worried. I'm calling work tomorrow if I don't hear from you.
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:04 p.m.
Going down to the next message. What is the phone number that sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time that was sent?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:14 a.m.
And can we go to page 55 for the final message? Sir, what number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I am calling Jeff now.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
For the messages on January 2nd through January 4th of 2023, does any of the messages denote that they were delivered?
It does not appear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
I'm surprised that's where we ended. Cross-exam is going to be, I'm hoping it's going to be a lot, and maybe we'll get some clarity.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, you told us, testified to what you referred to as location data, correct?
Yes.
And the location data that was retrieved by apps, various apps that are contained on the devices.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that with regards to apps being able to collect location data, that service can be turned off in those devices?
If the user decides to.
Okay. And if the user decides to turn off the location tracking aspect of any app, then that particular app just does not collect the location data, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge then, if someone knew how to turn off the location data for all the apps on any device that they were using to go from point A to point B, you wouldn't have that data that you told us about yesterday.
The phone collects quite a bit of data at all times.
I thought you just answered the second to last question. To the best of my knowledge, if you turned off the apps, the device would not collect location data.
Well, app-specific
Mhm.
location data. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
You're asking about app-specific
Okay.
location data, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
So are you telling this jury that if someone turned off the location tracking aspect of an app, that you would still get location data from other sources?
There's a possibility, yes.
Possibility, all right. I want to focus your attention now to Exhibit 161. That is That's the Safari search history?
Okay, yes.
When you say okay, you mean yes?
Yes.
Is that what you, okay. I don't want to confuse you. If I ask a question, just tell me, ask it again and I'll.
Yes, sir.
That's the Safari search history of the Apple iPhone 13 mini. And it ran a date range of December 25th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And then that same exhibit, and I think it was referred to yesterday, contains what was referred to as Chapter 2. You recall that? And the Chapter 2 is the Safari web history of the same device that runs from December 31st, 2022, from 9:28 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that even though the data would be collected and extracted from those two sources, the search history and the web history, that the web history would generally contain additional and more detailed information.
That's correct.
And who was it that decided then to limit the web history information included in Exhibit 161 to only 1 day for just a couple of minutes?
It was a decision by the prosecution team.
Okay. And so you told us yesterday that you work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
So, and you told us yesterday that you're an investigator, correct?
Yes.
And so as part of your role as an investigator with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, is it fair to say that you take direction from the district attorney that's prosecuting a particular case?
More collaboration. We bring the investigative piece and they bring the legal advice and piece to the case.
Do you ever then inform the district attorney, whoever it is that you're working with on a particular case, that, for instance, web history would have additional information that might help explain entries that were found in the search history?
I present the data that is extracted from the device.
So my question was, do you ever take the time to explain to the district attorney assigned to the case you're working on with them that the web history would contain additional information in addition to the search history?
Yes.
So in any event, with regards to Exhibit 161, you were instructed or advised to only include the web history for 1 day, December 31st, and only for a few minutes.
Well, that particular searches were on Apple Maps, which were contained on Safari history, search history.
Were you instructed not to include certain information in Exhibit 161 then?
We had the date range of December 25th, 2022 through to January 4th, 2023, sorry.
And what about the web history? Were you instructed only to limit the inclusion in Exhibit 161 to that 1 day, December 31st?
We only chose to do that specific, those specific searches from 9:28 to 9:31 a.m.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, and it's probably me. I can barely hear you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, I might be going deaf.
that's fine.
Yours, are you able to hear?
And
Right.
apologize.
That's my concern. But you need to be able to hear him as well. I'm concerned about that.
I
Attorney
understand.
Timpson.
I
will
understand.
Do my best.
Yesterday, you were asked, let me ask this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that in the search history included in Exhibit 161, that at page number 1, number 9, there are indications of a search involving Expedia and other flight-related searches?
Could you show me that, sir?
Sure. Do we have Exhibit 161?
May I approach you?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Or refer to you as trooper? Or
Whatever.
do you have another title? I just don't want to misstate.
No, that's fine, sir.
Trooper?
Yeah, that's,
So Trooper Keith, I want to focus your attention now to page 1 and the entry number 9. Am I correct in saying that that references a search related to Expedia?
that's correct.
And that search occurred at 12:25:22 at 11:39 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And those searches related to Expedia, they continue through record number 20 at page 2. Is that correct?
yes, it goes from Expedia to Check a Flight to Check a Flight JetBlue.
All right. So yesterday you told us and you testified to one entry having to do referring to JetBlue, correct?
Yes,
There's a number of searches in Exhibit 161, isn't there, that have to do with searches for Expedia and flight information?
yes,
And once again, if you were to look at the Safari web history of the same device for this same information at the same time, you would find more information and put context into that search. Is that accurate?
yes, there would be more information.
Okay. But as you sit here today, and based on what is and is not included in Exhibit 161, you can't give us more context to any of those searches regarding flight information, can you?
No,
Yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4. Yesterday, you were asked questions about an entry on page 4, record number 42. Am I saying that right when I refer to record number 42? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a search regarding what?
Number 42, would you like me to read the date, time, or just the search term, sir?
You can read it anything you want.
Okay.
Yes, to make it complete.
Item 42, the search occurred on December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m. And the search was Xmas Day plane crash.
Okay. And those types of searches, and when I say those types, the subject matter that's contained in record number 42, it continues through record number 45 on page 4, doesn't it?
Yes,
And that is timestamp 12/31/03 at record number 49.
correct.
Now, yesterday you were also asked about a specific reference, and once again, page 4, record number 53. And that's the record that indicates Anna Walsh found dead, correct?
Correct.
And those searches continue through 12:45:58 on page 4, don't they?
Yes,
Now, it's fair to say that once again, if you had the web history to that particular search, that would give more context into what that particular search is that you just talked about at number 54, record number 53 at page 4. It would give you more information and more context, would it not?
it would. Yes,
You have no idea, do you, as you sit here today, what the user was thinking when he or she inputted that search that you just testified to, do you?
I do not. I know the content of it. I do not know the intent of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact, given the fact that you're an investigator, and I presume you conducted some investigation in this case on behalf of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, are you aware of the fact that that Mrs. Anna Walsh, her flight was canceled on 12/25?
Yes,
And did you investigate the circumstances of that cancellation?
I personally did not.
Okay. So you're unaware of the snowstorm or anything like that that caused canceled flights?
I don't know the particulars around
All
the,
right. I want to focus your attention once again at Exhibit 161 to a number of searches that began at record number 445 at page 30.
page 30, sir?
Page 30. And it's record number 445. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in looking at those entries starting at 445 and continuing through record number 495 on page 34, that they involve searches for what looks to be champagne or wine and varieties of champagnes and wines?
I mean, do you mind if I take a look?
I don't mind at all. No, sir.
Okay. 445 through
495.
495. Sir, yes, that appears wine and champagne
Okay.
through those searches.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you've carefully reviewed all these records, haven't you, before you testified here starting yesterday?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 62, beginning at record 924, and I'd ask you to just run through up to page 63, record number 943. Once again, a number of searches regarding champagne or wine or things like that.
Yes.
Okay, you agree with that, right?
Yes.
And we could continue to do this, but for instance, though all of those searches were being conducted on December 30th of 2022, weren't they?
The ones from line 924 through 943, yes, they were on December 30th, 2022.
And the searches between record 953 through 1016 on page 68. Do you have those in front of you?
What was the beginning item, sir?
Record number 953, page 64.
Okay.
Through record number 1016, page 68. Once again, those searches occurred on December 30th, correct?
I'm still looking, sir.
I'm sorry. You tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
And don't let me rush you.
Yes, those searches occurred December 30th, 2022, between approximately 7 p.m. to around 7:15 p.m.
Right, on December 30th, correct? Yes.
Correct.
And you're aware in the investigation of this case that Mrs. Anna Walsh had planned a New Year's Eve party to be conducted in the Cohasset home on New Year's Eve, correct?
Yes.
And You're also aware that, or maybe you're not, but there are additional searches throughout this as you continue to go down these searches that, once again, someone is shopping for expensive champagne, shopping for champagne or items like that, all in the same time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you were asked specifically by the government to testify to an entry number, record number 1069 at page 72. Can you find that? It's at 8:38 p.m. on 12/30/2022. Record number 1069 at page 72.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, and you were asked what that search was, and you stated to the jury, "I'm good." Correct?
Yes.
And you didn't give any other context to that, correct?
Correct.
As an investigator in this case, you are aware of the fact that there is a movie named I'm Good, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware of the fact that if you were to look at the search web history related to that search, that it would further explain and give context to that search and that I'm Good is a movie. Is that fair to say?
I would have to see the web history itself, sir.
Okay. So you would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that that search that you were asked specifically about yesterday, I'm Good, at record 1069 at 8:38, that search regarding a movie occurred in between all this shopping, all these searches going on, having to do with champagne and wine and everything else, correct?
This occurred after the ones you had me read prior. I would have to look if there were searches containing wine and champagne after, sir.
Well, let me focus your attention then, and that's a certainly fair and accurate response. Why don't you look at page 72, the same page, and record number 1078. Have you had a chance?
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's champagne-related searches.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, Trooper, that when you were asked yesterday on direct examination and to specifically refer to that one search at number 1069, I'm Good, there's certainly nothing nefarious about someone conducting a search for a movie entitled I'm Good, correct?
Again, sir, I only know the context of this. I don't know the content or the content. I don't know the intent behind it.
You would agree that these records that you have in Exhibit 161, if you know, they have multiple searches related to movies and movie titles, correct?
I just know the I'm Good one that you referenced, sir.
Okay. Well, let me just briefly point you to record number 1128 at page 75, if you can go there.
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Starting there, if you could just start there, that looks like a reference to a movie or a movie clip, correct?
1128
Yes.
states tone MOV, TOE-MOV.
Do you know what that refers to?
I do not.
Okay. Just now run through the searches and up to and including number 1147, page 77. Can you do that? And as you look through those, there are multiple references to movies and movie clips, if you know.
Yes, there is, sir.
And then finally, if you can look at record number 1148 on page 77, now we start some more champagne searches. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
So you're not as you sit here today, you don't know who was actually searching for champagne and those related searches all during this day of December 30th.
I do not.
And you don't know who was searching for all those movies and things like that.
I do not.
And you wouldn't testify to the jury now that there's anything nefarious about someone conducting multiple searches for champagne or movie clips, is there?
Could you repeat that, sir?
There's nothing nefarious about someone searching for champagne or multiple movie clips during this period of time.
No.
And based on your investigation of the case, you did carefully look at each entry of the searches, correct?
Yes.
Now, once again, yesterday specifically, and you can turn to record number 1271, page 85, you were asked specifically yesterday by the government to look at that search. Can you look at that one again and tell us what it says?
Line 1271, dated January 2nd, 2023, 6:42 p.m. And the search states, "I'm good."
So you testified to that yesterday, and you gave no context to it. But once again, it's a reference to the same "I'm good" that we saw had been searched for back in December 30th, correct? While someone is conducting champagne searches, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, then, you can't tell the jury that there's anything suspicious about or nefarious, that's my word, about this search you were asked about yesterday that was conducted on January 2nd of 2023 at record number 1271.
No.
Trooper, I'd like you to look at record number 1170 at page 78. That occurred on December 30th at 11:16:34 p.m.
$11.70, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have that?
I do.
What does that search?
Search occurred on December 30th, 2022, 11:16 p.m., and it states nightshade.
Okay. Now you're an investigator assigned to the district attorney's office, and you worked on this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that nightshade referring to?
Would you like me to explain the searches below? I believe it's related to what you're asking.
Absolutely, if that helps.
Yes. It says nightshade noodle bar.
Mm-hmm. And those searches go through record number 1175 through page 79 regarding nightshade and noodle bar and things like that.
Yes.
So tell us, Trooper, what is nightshade or nightshade noodle bar? What is that?
I believe it's a restaurant.
Okay, and where is that restaurant located?
I am not sure. I am not sure, sir.
You're not sure. If I told you it was located right on the town line, close to the town line of Marblehead, Massachusetts and Lynn, Massachusetts, would that sound accurate to you?
I would have to search it.
Okay, so you haven't searched it.
No.
In the context of this case, you have, as you sit here today, you have no idea of then the context of that search regarding nightshade, do you?
It appears to be a restaurant, sir. That's
All right.
all I can say.
And are you aware of the fact that in your investigation of the case that Mr. Walsh actually made a reservation for a New Year's Day dinner at the Nightshade Restaurant for himself and Miss Anna Walsh for New Year's Day?
I was not aware of that.
this time we have, for ID only. Sure.
Anybody want to show it to me? That'd be a good idea.
All right, everybody. We knew it would get ridiculous because the searches were really bad, and there's got to be a if they're going to try to explain that away, it's got to be a ridiculous explanation. And that's exactly what we are hearing right now. However, what we heard about yesterday, and the defense is now repeating it, is that on December 25th, when Anna was supposed to be going home, he was concerned for her. He texted her. He did Google searches, Christmas Day plane crash, Anna Walshe found dead. That's how much out of the loop this man felt in his marriage, that he had to go to the internet. That's how unresponsive Anna was to his text messages. And that's not good. That's not good for us to hear about that.
Thank you. Yes?
Sir, you all set with this? You leave this here? Okay.
Trooper, I'm just going to show you what's been now marked for ID as Exhibit J. Have you ever seen that before in your examination of the iPhone? The iPhone version?
I reviewed the messages. I don't specifically recall this one.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that that message indicates in its context that it's a reservation at the Nightshade Restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And what is the phone number that it was created from?
The phone number ending in 8646.
Did you, I apologize, did you tell us that you had or may have seen it? You just don't recall as you sit here?
Yes, I reviewed the text through the past few years. I probably have seen it in the past, but I don't recall it.
At this time, I move to have that text put in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The text message that's previously been marked for identification as J is now in evidence as Exhibit 170. Thank you.
So is it accurate to say then, Trooper Keefe, that with regards at least to this particular text and the information that it contains, that to the best of your knowledge, nobody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, such as yourself, as an investigator, went up and talked to anybody at Nightshade or tried to get records of any reservation that had in fact been made on 12/30 for a dinner date?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Trooper, I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 161 at record number 1250 at page 84. It's a search conducted at 12/31/22 at 10:26:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will, sir, follow that search up to and including record number 1270 through page 85 that ends at 6:42:54 p.m.
What was the ending line, sir?
Record number 1270
1270. Okay.
at page 85.
Yes, sir.
What What do those searches involve based on the content of the search query?
These searches appear to be kids' play places, how to file for a charity, can you donate your lottery winnings, how to file a 501c3 for a church.
It's fair to say that those searches involve queries about charities and how to file charities related to a church or things like that, based on the search queries, correct?
Yes,
And do you know what a 501c3 is?
I believe it's a nonprofit charity or organization.
Did you or anyone from the Norfolk County DA's office, to the best of your knowledge, investigate what that charity search involved?
I did not, sir.
And that charity search was conducted on December 31st, New Year's Eve, at 10:26:16 a.m. That's the search at record 1250, page 84, correct?
Well, 1250, sir.
Yes.
1250 is, can you donate your auto winning tax free?
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't specifically include the word charity.
It does not.
Thank you for correcting me. As you go down to the next searches, 1252 on, it specifically starts talking about charities and 501c3s.
1256 begins the searches for
Okay.
filing a charity.
Thank you for correcting me. No one went and tried to find out what that was about.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked specifically, sir, to tell the jury what was a search at record number 193, page 14. Can you turn to that? It's page 14, number 193. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you were specifically asked what that search was about, and you told the jury it was about Autobahn, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked nothing else about any of the related searches that go through record number 198 regarding Autobahn, correct?
Correct.
And some of those searches specifically state Autobahn USA, correct?
Yes.
What is Autobahn USA?
I believe it's a car website or
Okay,
vehicles, motor vehicles.
okay. And are you aware, based on your investigation of this case, that, and based on the content of the text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian, that Anna Walsh had asked Brian Walsh to buy her a Porsche?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that they talked about him buying her a Porsche in the text messages?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that he sent her pictures of a Porsche? In fact, 2 Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go out in the context of the investigation of this case and talk to anybody at Autobahn to see if Mr. Walsh had appeared and was talking about buying a Porsche for Anna Walsh around Christmas time of 2022?
I did not, sir.
Okay. So I want to focus your attention to record number 418, page 29. And that is a search that was conducted on December 27th of 2022 at 6:17:23 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And the related searches to that, they go through record number 438, correct?
Correct.
Those searches are related to a Verizon store. correct?
Yes,
And they're actually location searches in some instances of a Verizon store, correct?
yes,
And it's a Verizon store located in DC, correct?
that is correct.
It's not a Verizon store located in or around Cohasset, is it?
No,
And are you aware of the fact, Trooper Keith, that on or around December 27th, contained in the text messages that have now been introduced into evidence, that Ms. Walsh stated to Mr. Walsh that her phone wasn't working properly at the same time on 12/27.
yes, I do recall those.
And that she told him words to the effect of it just literally stopped working, or words to that effect.
There was something to that effect, yes.
And he texted her back and said words to the effect of, you want me to get you a new phone, or do you need a new phone, correct?
I believe it was something like that, sir.
And then in the early morning hours of December 28th, Mr. Walsh sent her information about, well, here's a Verizon store in DC that you might go to if you need help.
Yes,
And she responded then. Do you remember that?
I remember the messages about the Verizon store.
Yesterday, specifically on direct examination, you were asked about a search conducted at record number 1368, page 92. And that search was conducted on January 4th of 2023.
Sorry, sir, what was the line again? I just got to the page.
I'm sorry. Record number 1368, page 92.
Okay.
You were asked about that yesterday,
Yes, I was.
and you told this jury it was about the Mazda building.
The crossing building.
Oh, that crossing building.
Yes,
But you weren't asked for the context or anything of the sort. You just simply told the jury what the search query was, correct?
that's correct.
I want to ask you now to go back to record number 804 at page 54. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that beginning at 804, page 54, on December 29th of 2022, at 9:47 p.m., that those searches are related to the Mazda building also?
Yes, sir.
And those searches go through record number 825 at page 55.
Yes, the Mazda building, crossing building. Correct.
So yesterday, you weren't asked about those searches that go back to December 29th. You were only asked about the search on January 4th. Is that correct?
No, I believe I was asked about those searches prior to.
All right, fine. Then I'm
Yes.
wrong. You know what the Mazda building is?
It's a building in DC, I believe, near where Anna Walsh works.
What about the crossing?
I don't know the specifics, just building in DC.
As an investigator in this case, and since you were asked specifically by the government yesterday to tell the jury about those searches, you went and investigated what had been occurring at the Mazda building in Tishman Spire regarding their management of the Mazda building and that area.
I don't know the specifics, sir.
Are
What-
you unaware of the fact, Trooper, as an investigator connected to this case, that there was a Legionnaire disease outbreak in October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of any letter that's contained, or let's I strike that. That's not fair. Are you aware of any letter that was issued by the DC Department of Public Health specifically to Ann Walsh in her capacity as regional general manager regarding that Legionnaire disease outbreak?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you investigate and ask anybody at Tishman-Meyer about anything occurring in October regarding the building that they were managing, specifically that Anna Walsh was managing?
Objection.
I'll see at the side of the bench.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so Pippa Kate is saying the opinion by others on another channel is she didn't want to be alone with him, judging by her going to bar and the salon and then asking Jem Mutlu to come for New Year's Eve. It could be. I actually felt like she was just doing her regular things. It shows she was taking care of herself, I feel, by going to the nail salon, by exercising. Um, that does not strike me as odd. What I feel is that I think she was getting ready to leave. And I think Brian knew that. And like someone said earlier in the chat, perhaps there was some love bombing happening there, trying to win her back. Um, and you never know. She may on January 1st, after Jem left, have been like, you know what? It's a new year. And in this new year, I want to leave. I want a divorce. We know that he himself was searching for divorces on December 27th. And we know that there were searches on his devices. We haven't placed him to those devices yet. Angela says, I think she had to focus on something positive for herself. I think so too. But I have to say, these searches don't make the relationship look like what we believe. And I was saying it earlier, he on December 25th, by her not responding, I mean, she was avoiding him, I would say. I need to look into what time she and Will parted ways on Christmas Day. But he was genuinely like, where are you? He was so confused about where he was. He was searching if a plane had crashed. So but then at the same time, it actually goes to show you the state of their marriage, doesn't it? That she was avoiding him and he was desperate to find, and this, I think Lisa was the one saying it, desperate to hold on and to find out what was going on. Charlie says, but you would think she would want to spend that time with her boys. That's a good point, Charlie. That's a good point. Yeah, especially since she spends so much time away from them. Was the mother-in-law at the home then? Because that's got to be a rough environment. Sharona, you and I are talking about Diana at the same time. Diana being Brian's mom. Sharona says, wasn't that the same time Diana had hired a private investigator? I'm not sure. If you all know, please drop it in the chat. TMDB says, I wonder if Brian found out that Jem knew and was also hanging with Anna, and Will, he felt betrayed and left out. Agatha says he might have manipulated the kids against her. Well, I mean, after she died, he tried to use the kids to manipulate the location of his phone, right? So that was the text messages on January 2nd. So that wouldn't surprise me if the kids were being used. TMTB says, I think she hired the PI on the 22nd. I hope they call the PI to the stand, because we know she was with Will on was it on the 24th? They went to a restaurant or something, and she stayed at his home on the 24th going into the 25th, excuse me. And his mom was involved with the kids, not her parents. Yeah, Agatha, her parents, well, all I've heard about is her mom. I haven't heard anything about her dad. Her mom lives in Serbia, which is one of the reasons why those children are in, how would you call it, government custody. I don't know how to say it exactly. Angela says, didn't he use his kid's iPad for searches? He did, and it seems what I understood in one of the searches was that a lot of it was done on one of the MacBooks. And on that same MacBook, there was a Google search, and I may be completely wrong about this, but there was a Google search for how to destroy a hard drive. And that particular MacBook, when they took it into police custody, there was a crack on the screen. So was he trying to destroy it? Maybe, I don't know. Um, Lisa says they had talked about a 1, 3, and 5-year plan for the future. Yes, wait, they were going to. So they were going to, Will and Anna were going to have a New Year's celebratory date on January 4th. I think it was the 4th. Yes, January 4th, where they were going to talk together about their 1-year, 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year plans. So I think this is looking towards the future. I think Anna was really making steps to separate from her. TMTB says on the 24th, her flight was canceled. She made a 9-hour drive to Boston, hence the VW not being in the garage. Yes, that makes sense. That makes total sense, because we heard from testimony yesterday from Will Fastow that Brian contacted Will on, I believe, the 4th, maybe the 5th, and called him one time. Will sent it to voicemail, called it a second time. Will sent it to voicemail again. And this time the voicemail said something along the lines of, Anna's missing. We don't know where she is. Will calls Brian back. And Will at that point was near Anna's DC home and offered to go and check if Anna was there. And he was able to do that by going to the garage. Brian gave Will the code for opening the garage, and oh goodness, excuse me. And her car was not there. And now we know where her, what did he do with her car?
So I would ask.
Have we heard about?
Marked as K for
Huh?
identification.
Agatha, that's hilarious.
Based on your review, Trooper Keith, of the contents on the iPhone that is the subject of Exhibit 161, it's fair to say that in the searches running from the date of December 25th of 2022 up and including the end of December 31st of 2022, you saw no evidence of searches in the Safari search history regarding any searches for things like tools or searches suggesting how to dispose of a body or anything like that, correct?
I did not see any of those December 25th to the 29th.
Okay, and it's fair to say that based on your review of the search queries that were made and are contained in Exhibit 161, what you see for the search queries, it's fair to characterize them as there's multiple searches for various actors and actresses and music and movies, piano lessons, kinder care, and even a dog barking toy. Do you recall those?
I do, sir, yes.
And you were asked something about yesterday, and I'm sorry I don't have the citation, and that's my fault. But You remember telling this jury about a search that involved something called My Exes?
Yes.
Then the search right below it, I think, if you recall, and once again, I apologize, I don't have the citation, but I think you were asked on direct that it also had something like a reference to a song, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't asked to give context to that at all. You just told the jury what the search was, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that once again, there's just nothing nefarious about someone searching for what turns out to be a country western song, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Keefe, you in the past applied for search warrants,
I have, sir.
and you know what the procedure is, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that, are you familiar with the phrase probable cause?
I am, sir.
And can you just explain briefly what probable cause means in the context of getting a search warrant?
Objection.
Overruled.
The facts and information pertaining to your investigation in order to charge a crime, more or less. More likely than not that this crime had occurred.
And it's fair to say that once you start an investigation, your experience tells you that you might get a search warrant that covers a particular time period. And if you get information, either based on the content of what you discovered pursuant to the search warrant or your continued investigation, you can return to a court and apply for an additional search warrant, can't you?
It depends what the search warrant is for, what the search warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Anna Walsh, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Anna Walsh?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had, at the time, I'm sorry.
During that investigation. During-
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
You would agree.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
All right. Notice how we haven't heard any explanation yet of the disgusting searches, right? We haven't also heard questions about the phone locations, how many times he was at Lowe's or TJ Maxx or whatever. We haven't heard anything about that. The 501c3 church thing, that sounds like a scam, allegedly. What was he looking that up for? He wanted to start a church? Like a, well, I don't want to say it. I mean, no, I'll say it, like a cult leader? What is he trying to do? And like everybody else was saying, he was going to go buy a Porsche, but he couldn't, like, if you remember, he would try to apply for life insurance, and even life insurance is like, we're not covering this guy. He has pending federal charges against him. Donate her stuff. Yeah. Wow. Where's her car, Brian? Oh my gosh. He looked up how to donate a car. He looked up how to donate a car. When was the donate a car search? That would be premeditation, wouldn't it? Oh, unless it was because they were going to buy the Porsche. Yeah. Well, makes sense why he was looking up to donate a car, but perhaps oh my goodness. Um, that could be explained away. That they were going to get a Porsche, so they wanted to donate her VW. But what did he actually do with that VW? They haven't found her or the car. Thanks, Sharona. I didn't know they hadn't found the car. How to donate funds from car sale. So what was he planning on doing? Donating? Oh my gosh. Could it be to not have to pay taxes, allegedly, that if he sells the car and gives the money to a 501c3, then he can avoid some type of taxes on it? Could that be what's happening? Yeah, there was no way he would get a loan for a car. She would have to be the one doing it. And it wouldn't be wise to put anything in his name. They would seize it once the penalty phase came. Yeah, this guy, we know he's a charlatan. He defrauded his father out of $800,000. He tried to sell fraudulent um, Andy Warhol paintings. And this actually, I don't know. I hope the jury's look at my dog. She's just, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Aurora. She doesn't, so I know, I think it was Christine saying, put a bed on the desk. She doesn't want it. She wants to be here. And then I'm typing with one hand. So sorry that I'm so slow when I'm trying to type, but I'm taking notes at the same time. Did he have power of attorney? I don't know. I don't know. And we haven't heard anything about any wills. Yeah. Yeah, he tried to be cunning, but he missed. Yeah. Yeah, what did he do with the car? Hi, baby grandma. We are trying to unravel quite a bit over here. We think, well, I was just speaking out loud, and a couple of people agreed that Aurora is correcting my nose. Yeah, with her little nose, she's hitting my keyboard. We were talking about how um, he on New Year's Eve was looking up how to file a 501c3 church. He was looking up how to donate a car. What was it? What was the search again? Let me see. Someone wrote it. How to donate funds from a car sale. So we were wondering if he was trying to avoid some sort of tax thing by donating a car and having the 501c3. I don't know how that would work. And then we have no idea where Anna's car is. So what was his name on the title of the car? He would have to oh, that's a good point, Charlie. I don't know. TMTV says I had a perfect little sling with my second baby. Oh, I should do that. A Princess Diva sling. She really is, though. Like, my arm gets tired, but she just wants to sit. She's like perched on my forearm, just sitting. Pippa says he also used Anna's credit card, yep, to buy sports memorabilia, which in my opinion was just, yes, Pippa, we were saying that yesterday. We were saying that yesterday, that he bought it so that he could forge it and sell replicas, allegedly. Allegedly. Yeah, I mean, he has a track history of being a charlatan. We were reading the other day, right, how his mom and dad's marriage dissolved because the mom was constantly defending his um, criminal, unlawful, unethical behavior. So this is not something that, he woke up in on December 31st, 2022 and decided to do things that were against the law. Oh, Lisa says, love it or Lisa used to have her little dog in a sling. I used to watch that show. Angela says, I wonder how much credit card debt he had. They went through some of the bank statements, and I think what we saw was one of their accounts was negative $800, but we haven't seen specifically his. And I wonder, would he even qualify for credit cards? What do you think those searchings were about those two buildings in DC? What were they calling them? The Mazza building and the Crossings building? Are those apartment buildings? I was wondering, like, when this first trial started, when the trial first started, we were hearing about apartments and rent. I thought, I was under the assumption when he was looking it up, he was looking for a place to move. Like, he knew that things were gonna be, um, he was gonna need a new place to stay. Yeah, you would think he wouldn't be allowed all of this stuff. Okay, Sharona says, I think Keith said they were her work building. I know, Kathy. I know, Kathy Lou. I have created. Look, say hi, Aurora. Say hi to everybody. And this is, I kid you not, when I'm watching TV, this is how I watch TV. She just sits here. And sometimes if I'm leaning against the couch, she will jump on the couch and come like down here and then rest her head here. She's so silly. Okay, so Christine says, I thought those were buildings next to her work. Oh, Mazza was a shopping mall. They tore it down and rebuilt a townhouse. Kathy, do you know what date they did that? Like, was that prior to December 2022? Pippa Kate says, did you all come to the conclusion that he placed Anna's body in the space above the bedroom until such time as he bought the tools, etc., to dismember her? Pippa, you know what I thought, and we haven't clarified it yet, but that's a good theory. I thought he shot her, and during that time something went through the ceiling, and rather than fix a bullet hole, he just cut a really big hole to try to conceal it. That was the theory that I had, but it's not based in any evidence at all. Built new in 2023. Okay. Yes, TMTB, how coercive and manipulative they are. She she has a delicate stomach, so when she, like, has stomach digestive issues, I'll, like, rub her belly so she starts feeling better, and usually when that happens, there's a little bit of a cough, and then, she vomits. So now yesterday, she was coming next to me while we were doing our live, and she was going pretending, pretending. They are manipulative. She is manipulative. And this girl is only a year and a half. This dog is only a year and a half. She's almost 2, actually. Lisa, what's the way that you saw it? Pippa Kate says, which would account for the hole in the ceiling and the bloody carpet and insulation pieces from in the garage bags and the search for getting blood out of wooden floors. I mean, I don't know. We haven't really heard what the prosecution is saying happened, but all of that could be true. Yeah. Yeah. That does make sense though. If there Lisa says, I think it was a bullet in the ceiling. And, like, let's be real, if there is evidence like that, then that shows Anna didn't die of natural causes like Brian alleges. But we haven't heard, that was just my speculation, not based in any fact. I think so too, TMTB. Just based on the evidence we saw Wednesday afternoon, like the fabrics and things that we saw, there was a lot of blood. Oh, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. If he is a criminal, he would have had to give up all guns. That's a good point, Christine. That's a good point. However, he is very capable of doing things that are against the law, figuring out how to get, well, he gets caught. So that, as far as we know, all the things we've seen, he's been caught, but who knows what other things he's done. Yeah. You know what? I want to ask Groke once they go back, what Groke is going to speculate about the hole in the ceiling. There, maybe it'll pull resources from what things are saying online. Um, and her car, I think I'd love to know what happened to her car. I mean, well, we know he was using his car, right, to throw big things in dumpsters. Yeah, agreed, Sharona. Okay, TMTB says, I think it was a knife. I wonder if he put a mop handle through the ceiling. Oh. He doesn't seem to have any friends, right? Because all the friends we're hearing about seem to be through Anna. It would also have been loud enough to wake the kids, Charlie says. Some kids, though, at that young age, now tell me everyone if I'm wrong, they sleep through pretty loud sounds sometimes, right? I could be totally wrong, though. You know, I was expecting this defense attorney to get right into the nasty of it, but he may not. He may be hoping that the jurors forgot
No, we're working on it.
yesterday.
And discussing a lot of evidentiary issues, but you can get up, it's sort of tight because it's a lot of you in there, but you can get up and stretch and move around. You can even step up, like right there, if you're lucky enough to be on an end seat. But just keep yourself alert, comfortable, all right? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Who was the Mass State Police officer designated as, quote, the case officer in the investigation of this case on or around January 8th of 2023?
That would be Trooper Michael Proctor.
And what does case officer mean in that context?
You manage the case. So you're the lead case officer. You delegate tasks and things that need to be done throughout the course of the investigation.
So you manage the case and you oversee the investigation.
Is that-
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And it was Michael Proctor.
Yes.
And it is fair to say, it's accurate, that you in fact authored, you signed off on and applied for some search warrants in this case.
Yes, I did.
And you were the trooper in charge, being a forensic digital specialist, to analyze the data on the iPhone mini, correct?
The iPhone 13 mini, yes.
But you yourself, then, just yes or no, you yourself you never applied for any further search warrant to look at more data on the iPhone 13.
I did not.
Trooper Keefe, yesterday, you were asked to show what was referred to as a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Yes.
And in that PowerPoint presentation, what you did was you compiled, with the use of the Lexis software, you compiled a bunch of data points and believe that you were able then to explain the certain locations of those two phones, the iPhone SE and the iPhone Mini, over a period of time, relevant to the investigation of your case, correct?
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons you compiled that PowerPoint presentation, I call it a presentation, but you compiled a PowerPoint, was to try to assimilate and get a lot of information together so you'd have context for the information, correct?
Within that GPS data set, there's thousands of points. So this is just one specific point within that data set for those two different devices.
So when I use the phrase to give context, in other words, once you start using that location data, and based on your review of the digital data, then you can make further conclusions about what a particular data point means when it shows up on the location data, right?
Unsure of the question, sir.
Well, it was a terrible question, so let me try it this way. You know, if you just look at those data points individually without any context, you don't know what data point came before it, you don't know what data point came behind it. All you have is a bunch of individual data points that really don't tell you much of anything, correct?
No.
Well, I'm not correct.
No.
Once you put together all those single independent data points, you begin to better understand what the location data is telling you.
Once they are uploaded using the mapping software, it's an interactive map, and you can look at the thousands of data points day by day, time, specific dates, times, and they'll map out specific dates, times of the events of the location.
So it helps you better understand what the events were over a period of time.
Yes.
So did you ever put together in the investigation of this case the information that was taken out of the iPhone 13 mini? And did you ever take it and put it in some format where you compared it to the other digital data, for instance, that was taken off the MacBook Gray, device number 3?
You'll have to specify data. I don't know what data you're talking about.
No. The data on the MacBook it included the activity that was gleaned from the MacBook beginning on or around December 25th up to and including January 1st of 2023.
Is there anything specific? There's a lot of data contained within both devices. I'm not sure what you're asking me to compare.
Well, I think you told us, jury, yesterday that with regards to the location data, you had something like over 40,000 data points to deal with, correct?
From the iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Okay. So then you decided, out of that 40,000 different data points, you decided which ones you would use to help better understand what events occurred during that relevant time period that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, did you ever make an effort to get all the data information from the MacBook Gray searches and then compare it to the data that you took off the iPhone 13 mini and look at that data, line up and see what happened over a period of days, 12/25, 12/26, 12/27, through January 1st, according to the times of when each event happened on each one of those days between those devices.
So Trooper Nicholas Guarino did the MacBook extraction and analysis. Are you asking specifically about location data?
No, I'm talking about the data that was gleaned from the MacBook Ray and, for instance, the data that you gleaned from the iPad, from the iPhone Mini.
I did not compare the two, if that's what you're asking.
Would you agree with me, Trooper Keefe, that if you lined up all of the data that showed what happened on those two devices, for instance, the information, the activity on the MacBook, and you combined it with the activity on the iPad, on the iPhone Mini, I apologize, the iPhone Mini 13, that you would have a better understanding of exactly what was going on during the day of, for instance, 12/25/22 and 12/26/22, that would help you better understand the context of the information.
Objection.
Overruled.
They're two different devices. They'll be used at two different times.
Well, you used two different devices, used at two different times to compile your location data, didn't you?
Yes, for different days throughout that time frame.
Right. So it's not, the issue isn't two different devices, is it? It's the fact that you have two different devices operating on the same day. You actually can combine all the activity that happened on device A and with the activity that happened on device B and have a better understanding of what was going on.
I did not compare the two devices, sir.
So
I hate to do this, Judge.
Yes,
Can we come to sidebar?
you may.
Did they go for a sidebar? It seems so, huh? Yeah, he didn't mix data from the two devices. Like, how does that make any sense? And they haven't even proven who was holding which device. So why compile that data? Why compile it? They're two separate devices, and we haven't placed the phone in Brian's hand yet, or the iPad in Brian's hand yet. He's avoiding addressing the disgusting searches we heard about yesterday. And we all know this, right? He brought up Trooper Michael Proctor to cast doubt on the data. He asked in the beginning, were you instructed to exclude information? That's how he started his cross-examination. And then we hear about Trooper Proctor was the lead investigator. So if you connect these two, the thought is, well, Trooper Proctor may have told you to exclude some searches that would have made our client look innocent. Thanks for being here, Pippa Kate. We'll be doing this again on Monday morning. So see you Monday if you can join. Hope you can join, Pippa Kate. Why would Brian be carrying around his MacBook? It seems a bit of a stretch. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know why he's trying to make, like some of you said earlier, he's trying to make the prosecution look incompetent. And I don't know why, this officer is there to just talk about data. He's not there to interpret what it means. So why are you angry with it. Why is the defense angry with him? Just ask him the questions. Kathy Lou says this is all typical. You can not normally put a device in a hand. That's trying to pull. He's trying to pull Proctor in. Schmidt was the investigator as well. Everyone has a role and they don't cross. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too, Kathy.
I'm not sending you on a break. You can stand up and move around a little bit, so you need to do a little work well.
I think she said, I'm not sending you on a break, but just
You can stand up.
stretch a little bit. Oh, excuse me.
I'll stand up.
There was something else I was going to say, but I forget what it was. In 17 minutes, it's time for BREAKFAST for my little dog. She's getting antsy now. This girl. I don't believe this case was referred to in the federal investigation of Proctor, Lisa says. Yeah, I don't know. And it's awful that, you know, one person's how it impacts so many people, right? Like we were talking earlier about the OJ case and how that lead detective ruined it for the prosecution. Lied on the stand and was caught lying on the stand.
Oh, there you go.
That's so cute, Carol.
We're all set.
Okay.
I think if I could quickly ask exhibit number 169 you brought up on the screen. Then Trooper, you have your exhibit, your product is exhibit 161. You have that.
Yes.
Now we need to call it. It was the last exhibit. Number 2. It's the last exhibit.
168.
And may I approach you?
You may.
Well, it's going to be hard. I'm presenting you with what's been marked exhibit 168,
Okay.
characterized as the call log.
Yes, sir.
So just so the record's clear, 168 and 161 is before the witness right now? Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, 161, 168.
Right.
And the text messages were introduced this morning as exhibit 169. I'm going to ask you, Trooper, to look at exhibit 161, page 2, record 16.
161, page 2, record 16, sir?
Yes, yes, Trooper.
Okay, yes,
Have that in front of you?
yes,
Is it fair to say that that's one of the references to, that you testified to yesterday, check a flight, JetBlue?
that is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that in Exhibit 169, page 2, dated 12/25/22 at 11:54:05. The top of the page, you see that? Yes. Do you see that, Trooper?
Yes, sorry, yes,
At 11:54:05 a.m., the text message from number 8646 to phone number 7966, there's a message of, I haven't heard from you at all, correct?
correct.
And then I'm going to ask that, Trooper, you look at Exhibit 161 again that you have, and look at page 2, record number 21.
Yes,
That's an entry at 12:09:24 p.m. And it is one of the searches you testified to yesterday regarding William Fasto, misspelled, William Fasto, DC Real.
correct.
And so then you go down to, I'm going to ask you to continue to look at, now, page 3 of Exhibit 161 at record 27 at 12:09:28 p.m. Looks like 0.4 of a second. And that is a search entitled William Fasto, DC Real Estate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now I'm going to ask you to look at what was marked as Exhibit 161, the call log, at page 11, record 137, a search dated at timed at 12:15 p.m.
Sir, that was Exhibit 168 is the call log.
Oh, I've already messed
Exhibit
it up.
161.
I did. 168. 168.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take it out of the binder here. It's stapled.
Take your time, and I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, sir, could you go again with that?
Yes, absolutely. 168. At page 11, I'll call it record 137. Time-stamped 12:15.
Yes, 137,
Time-stamped 12:15 p.m., correct?
December 25th, 2022, 12:15 p.m. Yes,
And that, from the call log, that indicates some interaction between the two devices, and that Exhibit 168 has to do with phone ending in 8646 and phone ending in 7966, correct? Assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh, correct?
yes,
And there's a 1 minute, 23-second call between those two phones, correct?
yes,
We don't know the content, do we?
I do not.
Okay. And then as you continue to proceed in this relevant time period, you go to Exhibit 161 again at page 3, record 35.
Yes,
And that is a search conducted at 12:22:06 p.m., correct?
yes,
And the search is Anna Walsh, Tishman Spear. Is that right?
yes,
Now we get, say on Exhibit 161 for the next 5 requests, 161, page 4, record 43. Timestamp 12:28:57.
yes,
Search Christmas Day plane crash.
That's correct.
Same exhibit 161, dated 12/25/22, same time period, page 4, record 50. I'm sorry, record. Yep, I'm right. Record 50.
Would you like to read the content, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Number 50, December 25th, 2022, 12:31 p.m. Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Right.
Cyper.
Now just keep going down. Exhibit 161, 12/25/22, page 4, record 53.
Anna Walsh found dead.
12/45/47, correct?
Yes.
And once again, I think you just told the jury, Anna Walsh found dead. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to go down, the next is Exhibit 161, page 5, record 57. At 12:46:10 p.m.
Yes.
And it's a search for Jeff Chod, C-H-O-D.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 132. Timestamp 12:57 p.m.
Yes.
It indicates a phone call between these two phones
Yes.
that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yes. It's an outgoing call from the device ending in 8646 to the number 7966 Anna New.
Okay, and you don't know what they were talking about, if they were talking at all. You just know that there was a call that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds between those two phones at that time.
Correct.
And then if you'll go back to, I'm sorry, if we could have page 2 on the exhibit 169 for 12:57:26. And the entry is, as seen on the screen, my flight got canceled driving up. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So just stopping there. Between 11:52, we started with 11:52, exhibit 161. We're now down at the time period of 12:57. Is it fair to say that what looks like is that Anna Walsh, at least Anna Walsh's phone, texted the phone assigned to Mr. Walsh and told and texted, my flight got canceled and I'm driving up?
Yes.
And before that, those texts that you read to the jury, where they're entered, Anna Walsh found dead, are plane crash, correct? The ones you testified to just a moment ago? Those searches, they appear to be searches to see if some harm came to Anna Walsh, correct?
Again, I can read the context. I don't know the content of the search.
But did you consider that in your investigation of the case when you looked at all this data together?
That specific search and text message?
All this data together that you just now told the jury about. Did you look at all that data together at one time, like you've just done for the jury, and created a context for all of those communications in those 3 different sources of information? Did you ever do that?
What three? The call log, 3 sources? I'm not sure what.
Did you do it?
I've looked at all 3 of them multiple times.
Did you ever look and compare them and see that there were searches that looked like someone was concerned about the harm that may have come to Anna Walsh, and then when Anna Walsh texted and said, my flight got canceled, none of those alarming texts occurred?
Objection.
As to the characterization,
Yes.
sustained.
Did you see, I understand. did you see any other text after the 12:57 text from Anna Walsh's phone saying my flight got canceled driving up? Did you see any text after that where there were any searches about plane crash or is Anna Walsh dead or anything like that? You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I would have to review them again, sir.
I want to ask you to look at Exhibit 168, beginning at page 11, record number 129. What is that time stamped?
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry, Trooper.
No,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
Sorry, what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
That's okay. Do you see on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33 second call. That's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes?
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do
If you do not, you can say that.
not see a call.
Do you see a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds? On page 11,
Yes, I do.
and then do you see another call that lasted 1 minute, 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds and 07 seconds? Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
I'm not sure what. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
Then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, we'll take a break. There's, have a nice morning, buddy.
All rise, please. Just close your notebooks. Follow me.
I wonder what was going on. Could the officer really not be seeing anything, or is the defense attorney messing up and saying what to look for? I don't know.
What do you need?
This is exactly what I feel is happening too,
I'll take
Kathy.
advantage of this time to take a look at the search warrants.
All rise.
Okay, everyone, it looks like it is break time. So let us all take a break. I'm going to turn my camera and my audio off, but I am still here. And I will be right back as soon as court is back from recess. So I will talk to you all soon. Have a good break, everybody.
You are unmuted.
I just had an opportunity, I know it's maybe not relevant to the inquiry that's going on right now, but Attorney Porges, your records are good. He wrote 76, 85, 119, and 136. Almost memory is correct too. They all go to Verizon or AT&T records, so we can talk about that more later. Anybody need anything before I bring in the jury?
Does that mean I can explore it more with you?
No, it doesn't. It just puts the record more precisely as to why, but there may be others that you can explore that with. All right?
I actually don't get it, Judge.
You don't what?
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand the rulings. I don't.
All right, well, you can make your pitch.
So you're telling us that I can't explore getting further search warrants to go back 1225 with this witness?
I think you can with regard to his sort of, I'll call it area of expertise, but that's not what you really want, right?
You mean with the Verizon records?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, as I look through back to go through, I mean, I think you have to have the filter that I'm placing right now is you have to have a good faith basis for all your questions, both sides. This, I won't call him an expert, this trooper's expertise, as is revealed by those search warrants, is in a particular narrow focus. Now, you set the foundation for some broader thing, maybe Ken, I don't know, making reasonable inferences from what I know about the case, then I might permit it. But with this witness, and there may be other witnesses to include Trooper Proctor. Seems like Trooper Guarino had a slightly different role than even Trooper Keith. So I think there are proper inquiries or proper individuals that you might be able to make these inquiries to some depth. I don't think this is one of them.
I understand the
Based
question.
on the record that's before me, you can ask probing questions if you wish, and you know something that I don't. Again, I'm the consumer of the evidence, just like the jury in that regard. And I certainly do have a lot of learning from the time that I've spent on this case, but on what I know right now, I don't think it's a proper line of inquiry.
I understand the court's ruling.
All right? Let's bring it back in.
All rise. Jurors entering.
So did you all hear that? The judge was saying that there are certain questions that can be asked of certain experts, and each one of these experts, like Sergeant Schmidt, Trooper Guarino, which we saw earlier this week, they are all different parts of the puzzle. So that was interesting to hear the judge say that. So I think the implication here is that the defense is asking questions that
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Trooper Keefe may not know the answers to, may not have looked into it because it was someone else's responsibility. Someone also said that in the chat earlier
You
that,
may proceed.
Thank you.
okay, I'm going to go on mute.
First, I'm going to apologize, but would you tell us, Trooper, that Exhibit 168, the call, that call log is arranged beginning at late dates going to early dates, correct? It starts at January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, it starts January 3rd, 2023 to December 25th, 2022.
And all of the other two documents that we're using, the Exhibit 169 and 161, those all start with the earlier dates and proceed, correct?
Yes, those are in ascending. This one looks like it's descending order.
Okay. So now that I understand that, hopefully I won't confuse. So here we go. So now, starting with Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 129, occurring at 1:40.10 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And it was a call that originated on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe.
Yes, it was an outgoing call to the number ending in 7966. Anna knew.
Okay. Staying on that document, page 11, record 126, time stamped at 3:02:37 p.m. There's a call that lasted 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
Correct.
And once again, it originated from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Now go to page 10, record number 124. An event happening at 4:11:06 p.m. There's a call that lasted 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Correct.
Now that call originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, correct?
Yes, that is an incoming call.
Are you aware of the fact, based on your involvement in the case, that Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled and she wound up driving up from DC to Cohasset?
On December 25th, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that during this time frame that we've just talked about, these 3 calls, that's when Anna Walshe is driving from DC to Cohasset?
Yes, that could be inferred from that.
So it appears from these records that during this time frame, that after her flight's canceled, her phone is texting the phone assigned to Brian Walshe saying, my flight was canceled, I'm on my way. That they're having no less than 3 phone calls between themselves, between their phones, as she drives up
Yes.
to Cohasset. And then, if you can, look at the screen, and I'm referring to page 2, and the text time-stamped 6:37:46 p.m. on 12/25. It looks like Anna Walshe, or the phone assigned to her, texts, I'm an hour and a half left.
Correct.
And then as you continue on Exhibit 169, at page 3, time-stamped 7:26:02, it appears that that phone texts an image of a car to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Or at least the phone assigned to him. And the photo looks like it's a photo of a Porsche.
Yes.
And now if you refer to Exhibit 161 at page 14, record 193, time-stamped 8:28:12 p.m.
193, sir?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
that's one of those Autobahn searches, correct?
Correct.
Where it appears that someone's looking for a luxury car, or at
Yes.
least searching the Autobahn for a car.
Yes.
If we go now to Exhibit 169, and we're looking at page 3, we see a text that timestamped 10:34:50 p.m.,
Yes.
and it involves a property listing at Zillow.
Correct.
And if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, all of those texts encompassing page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they continue to be text regarding Zillow postings for property, correct?
Yes, they all appear to be text sent from the number ending in 7966, assigned to Anna Walsh, to 8646 about properties.
And those properties are all situated in or around the greater DC area or Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, officer, from your involvement in this case, about what time Ms. Walsh arrived in Cohasset when she drove up from DC?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I do not know.
If I told you that she arrived sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the evening, does that sound accurate to you based on your review of all the data?
Sounds reasonable.
So it would appear that all these Zillow listings we just referred to that are occurring sometime around 10:30 p.m. on 12/25 through 10:58, it appears that he's already home. Anna Walsh is already back in Cohasset, and she's texting on her phone to a phone assigned to Brian Walsh all of these listings, correct?
Yes.
Now we're referring you to what's been marked Exhibit 168, the call log. I'm going to refer you to record number 114 at page 10. And it shows that there was some type of phone connection for 5 minutes and 19 seconds between the phone assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, and to the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Correct.
And we can go down and just follow that on page 9, record number 112. We see a 36-minute phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Correct?
Correct.
Once again, you don't know what the content of the phone call was, but that's what it appears, that there was a 36-minute phone call between them.
Yes.
And we continue to go down. Page 9, record 106. Now there's a 21-minute phone call, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on Exhibit 161. Now we're on a different date. We're on the next date. December 27th of 2022. I'm going to refer you to record number 316, page 22. You recognize that entry on Exhibit 161?
What was the page number, sir? Sorry, I put the 168 down.
That's fine. Page 22, record number 316.
Okay.
You see that?
I do.
It occurred at 6:57:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's that reference you were asked on direct examination yesterday, that reference to all my exes, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day, and now we're looking at Exhibit 168, the call log. We're going to refer you to page 9 and ask you to look at record 104. They begin a series of phone calls, 3 phone calls, 10 minutes and 43 seconds, 1 minute and 1 second, a third one, 26 minutes and 21 seconds, all originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh. Do you need me to tell you exactly what the records are? I apologize.
Yeah, could you go again with the record number, sir?
Yes. 104,
Okay.
102, and 100.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then there is at record 98 on page 8, 98 at page 8, there's a 23-minute phone call.
Correct.
And that originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
Now, I want to refer you to now the text messaging that's been entered as Exhibit 169 at page 7. and it's timestamp 10:59:32 a.m. And it appears that the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts, when can they have the thing signed? Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And immediately following that, in the call log, Exhibit 168, is a phone call that lasts 6 minutes from the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. And it originated from Anna Walsh's phone, didn't it not?
I'm just checking the call log now, sir.
You see that?
I see the text, but I don't see the specific call you were referring to on the call log, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give you page 8,
Yep.
record number 96, time stamped at 11:05:17 a.m.
Page 8, 98 on this one has a different time and date, sir.
All right, what is it? Just tell the jury what it is.
This one is December 27, 2022, 10:41 a.m. That's number 98 on
Okay.
this one.
And it lasts for 23 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yes.
Go on down to now, page 8, record number 96 on the same exhibit, 11:05:17 a.m. A phone call that lasts 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Correct.
Now, we're going to jump down a little bit, and at Exhibit 169, the text messages, on page 8, a text message timestamped at 6:36:44, there's a text that reads, "Did they sign?"
Yes, I see that.
And then you see a text following that, the very next text, timestamped at 6:39 p.m. in Exhibit 169, and it looks like it originates from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, "I emailed Stephen to see if he helped with the paperwork," correct?
Yes.
And then as we go through these text messages, the next text message is the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. She said they signed. That's the text message.
Yes.
Then the same phone texts immediately thereafter, "Let's get this deal done."
That's correct.
And then there's a text from Anna Walsh, apparently, or the phone assigned to her immediately thereafter. "Did she text you?" You see that?
Yes, I do.
Then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says yes. And then the next text is on page 10 at 6:39:36. Anna Walsh texts, at least her phone does, "I didn't see it."
Yes, correct.
And then a few seconds later, that phone texts, "Great."
Yes.
And then that same phone assigned to Anna Walsh at 6:40 texts, "Let me have Stephen confirm and I'll Venmo them."
Yes, correct.
And then there's a text that says, "Great," from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Then immediate text about an hour and a half later that says, "Hello." And that's at page 11 on Exhibit 169 at 8:03:04.
Correct. Yes.
So based on your investigation and based on your review of this data, that series of texts where they're talking about a deal and Venmo and everything else, it appears to you, doesn't it, that they were involved in the sale of property or something? Is that fair to say?
It appears they were looking at,
Conclusion. Oh, withdrawn.
You can answer.
it appears they were looking at properties and possibly have sold the property or something based off those text messages.
Did you, as one of the investigators in the case, did you have any assignment to go try to explore what this sale was?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Trooper. You're assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of other troopers that are assigned to that office specifically to investigate serious felonies, allegations of serious felonies, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that, I think earlier in cross-examination testimony, you said that you collaborate, you talk to each other, you
Correct.
share information, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you share information amongst your fellow troopers that are assigned to the district attorney's office is so you can all learn more about the case and make a better understanding of what the data means and what the information you're getting might be, correct?
Yeah, we collaborate, share information about any investigation going on.
Based on your collaboration with your fellow troopers in connection with this case, are you aware of any one of your fellow troopers assigned to investigate this case that ever went out and tried to determine the nature of that sale of property that we just went through based on the information that's in these three different sources of information?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what the sale of property was?
I don't know the details of it.
Do you know where the property was that was sold?
I believe the North Shore somewhere.
Do you know how much it involved?
I do not.
Do you know whose name that property was in?
I do not.
Do you know where the proceeds went? The proceeds of the sale went?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, refer to Exhibit 169 on the screen. It'll be at page 11, a text timestamped at 8:03:04 p.m. And there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that says, hello.
Yes.
It's followed by a text that says, from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, phone died.
Correct.
There's a text that immediately follows that, indicates a screenshot of a phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a text that immediately follows, literally, that's the word that's used. And that's coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Yes.
And then a text that follows about 2 minutes later, coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, where he simply says, hello.
Yes.
Then an immediate text after that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Do you need a new phone?
Correct.
And then there is that text where it appears at 6:18:55 a.m. at page 14 on Exhibit 169, where Brian Walsh, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, is texting location data to 1001 Connecticut Avenue, Northwest, a Verizon store.
Yes, it appears to be an address to a Verizon store.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little bit before, right?
Right. Yes.
But now we have it in context, don't we? We realize that there's text going back between these phones of Anna Walsh's phone seems to not be working right, and then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh finds the location of the store and sends it.
Yes.
And if you just keep going down those texts, the next text, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, she says, thank you, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're changed to the next date, 12/28/22. We're looking at Exhibit 169, and there's a series of texts that begin at 7:10:59 a.m. on page 14, and the phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, "We'll work from home today," correct?
Correct.
And then there's a text that follows 3 minutes later from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Feel better."
Correct.
And I mean, from reading those texts, it would suggest that Anna Walsh wasn't feeling well and she was working at home, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a text immediately thereafter from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh saying, "Let me get the boys ready." Correct?
Yes.
As we scroll through these texts, the text at page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m., there's a text comes from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Love you." Correct?
Could you scroll down a little further, please?
Page 16, timestamp 7:15 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And then immediately thereafter, there is a text, page 16, immediately following that text, coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, love, or the phone says, love you too.
Correct.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, I will get you a plunger, correct?
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, and a Porsche.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, haha.
Correct.
Then Anna Walsh phone says, thank you.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says they both start with P.
Correct.
Do you think that phone is referring to the Porsche and the plunger?
Yes, sir.
And then Anna Walsh responds, I'll take care of the plunger. You just get the Porsche, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a couple of texts back and forth saying, ha ha, ha ha, right?
Yes.
Immediately thereafter, at about an hour and a half later, same exhibit, 169, page 20, at 9:26:13 a.m., from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, there's a screenshot of a Porsche, correct?
Yeah, it appears to be a vehicle. I don't know if it's a Porsche or not, sir.
Okay. And then there's a second text and another screenshot. And can you tell if it's of a Porsche?
Don't believe so based off the picture.
Okay. Then at 9:30, on 12:28, page 21, still the text, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says hello.
Correct.
And about 3 hours later, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts back, fix the phone.
Correct.
She then continues, her phone does, SIM card died. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump down to the next text at Exhibit 169, page 22, timestamp 3/22/23, and it contains 3 more images of property, correct?
Could you scroll down, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then there's a text of 3 movies being sent from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. It's 3 movies, and if you can read the related data to those movies, does it indicate to you, based on your experience as a forensic digital specialist, that those movies have to do with the property postings?
Yes, could you scroll up a little, please? Just, okay, yeah, so they're attachments to a text, yes.
Okay. And then, right at the same time, there is a reference made to 3 family brownstone from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then what happens is, on the call log, Exhibit 168 at page 6, record 66, there's a phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Record 66, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when we go back to Exhibit 69, right in the same time frame, now there's text being exchanged between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, including a text, looks good, then 1 minute. And the phones continue to text. And then there's another phone call that we can find at Exhibit 168, page 6, record 64. And it's a phone call between the phones assigned to them. So those phones are communicating together. I mean, we don't know what they're saying, right?
Correct.
And then if you go back to the text, we're still on the same day, 12/28. Now there's text about, from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, then the numbers work. It's a timestamp 3:50:19.
Yes.
Now there's a couple of phone calls that immediately follow that text. Phone calls between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh, and that's from Exhibit 168, first at page 6, record 62.
Yes, sir.
And then page 5, record 60.
Yes.
Then what happens? Same day, 12:28. On the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 5, record 56, there is a 21-minute, 47-second phone call between the two phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Yes. Incoming call from 7966 assigned to Anna Walsh.
And then about 30 minutes later, another phone call, this time originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, that's for 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes.
If you continue to scroll through the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 169, and I want to refer to page 30 and the text message timestamped 11:18 a.m., 11:18:10 a.m. You see the text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh that said, it's incoming soon at 199K.
I do.
And the next text is, had 2 bathrooms, good shape.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, offer 195K.
Yeah.
Response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, probably. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Then immediately thereafter, a text that says, let's see what TJ says.
Yes.
And then there's a series of texts that immediately follow. Okay. Then there's another Zillow posting. We're now at page 32 of Exhibit 169. And then there's a specific reference from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. They paid $80,000 in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And there's a second text, assessment at 4. What's that text say? At 11/21/31, page 32.
Assessment at 120K, 120K.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It sounds like the communications going on between these two phones is talking about the possible purchase of a new property, right?
Yes.
And that Zillow reference in Exhibit 169 at page 32 at 11/19/54, that Zillow reference is a property in DC, isn't it?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to page 33, 11/21/50, we see a text, zesting at 175K.
Yes.
And what does zesting mean? Do you have any idea?
The estimate of the property.
Okay. And then the next text is, our unit is really 1820 square feet.
Correct.
All right, may we approach?
Yes?
You guys, I am so frustrated. Like, this is painful. This is painful. Imagine when it's the defense's turn to call witnesses. It's like, tell us the purpose in these questions. We don't see any purpose in any of these questions. I don't know. Christine says again, she didn't know she was going to be, and maybe she was going, her husband would pull his head out of his whatever and become a decent person. Yeah, it could be. I mean, all we need to do is look at her actions. She can say all of the lovey-dovey things in these text messages. She can say all of the lovey-dovey things when she's getting a pedicure. But if he has no idea where she is because she's not responding, and it gets to the point that he has to Google if her plane crashed, that says a lot. That says a lot. She was spending less and less time at home. Brian has said that himself. He was saying it was actually like a point of contention I felt when he was being interviewed by the police. He said it multiple times. She wasn't here on Thanksgiving. She was supposed to get here on Christmas Eve. She didn't get here till Christmas Day, and just constantly she should have spent more time here, but she wasn't. So, people, and this is a lesson that I'm new to learning, right? Don't listen to the words that people say, look at their actions. And Anna's actions are clearly someone who was beginning to be detached from this person, in my opinion.
As we continue with this series of texts, now we're on December 29th, page 33 of Exhibit 169. At 11:21:59, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh text, and this one as well.
Yes.
The next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, 13:20 above ground, 500 under.
Correct.
Do you have any idea what the reference or the context is for that text? 13:20 above ground, 500 under.
The possible square footage of the property?
Okay. And then the next text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Let's see how much work it needs. You see that?
Yes.
Then there's a text, are they renting it out?
Yes.
Then the next text, makes sense to take it down hard. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And then does it sound like to you, based on your investigation in this case, that there's a discussion going on about possibly buying a new property in or around the DC area?
Yes.
I want to go forward now to Exhibit 161. I'm going to focus you to page 54, record 804, occurring at 9:13:47 p.m. And there's a reference once again to the Mazda building in Washington. Oh, I'm sorry.
$804, sir?
Yes, record 804 at page 54.
Yes.
And Exhibit 161.
Correct, yes.
Then returning now to the text of Exhibit 169 on 12:30, page 40, a text occurring at 6:01:24 a.m. from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Flight on time? Question mark.
Yes.
From the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Hi.
Yes.
Phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Next text so far.
Correct.
Next text, yes, from Anna Walsh's phone.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh's phone, boarding now.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, great.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh, signed, ha.
Correct.
Then the next text immediately following that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, did you get test? And then the next immediate text that follows is the word rest.
Yes, correct.
Does it appear to you that the texter intended to say, did you get rest, and change text to rest?
Objection to conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Then the next text is awake early, I see, and that comes from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
And at page 43 in Exhibit 169, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh simply says a little. And then that phone says, it was a big Thursday night. Do you see those texts?
I do, sir.
And those are at 6:02 a.m. on December 30th.
Correct.
As you scroll down to the text dated 12/30/22 at page 46, a text at 12:07 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone of Anna Walsh, and it includes 2 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the photographs are blurred, but based on your review, do these photographs include pictures of a female and a young child?
They did.
And the response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, looking good.
That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, I should say not immediately, but 3 minutes later, a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it includes another photo of, if you know, a female and a young child.
Correct.
And then a text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, hanging out hard.
Correct.
If we move down to the text at 49, page 49, timestamped 1:26:49 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it appears to be a movie. Do you see that? It's timestamped 1:26:49 p.m.
Hold on one second, sir.
Sure.
Yes, there appears to be a movie attachment.
Okay, a movie attachment. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I should have been more clear. And then we see in the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 2, record number 20, record number 18, record number 16, they're all on page 2. We see a series of phone calls between the phones assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh. Do you see that? It's at all on page 2, records 20, 18, and 16.
Yes, I see those, sir.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 169 at the relevant time period, about an hour later, at page 50, there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that contains 7 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, and I understand that the photographs are blotted out, but if you recall, they're photographs of a woman and a boy.
Yes, sir.
So what we have here, and what you just described to the jury, is when we put all the data together from primarily 3 sources, the call log, the text messages, and the data from the work you did in extracting the data from the iPhone. We see that all of those data, when looked at, they help frame a picture of communications about buying property and selling property, shopping for a Porsche, trading pictures between each other, all in the time period encompassing December 25th, leading up to December 31st of 2022. Is that right?
This shows communication between Brian and Anna Walsh from December 25th through December 30th. We only went to the 30th, sir.
To be fair, it shows communication between phones, data.
Yes.
time.
Text message, phone calls, communication between those 2 devices during that time period.
Trooper Keith, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there's no such thing called iMessenger.
What do you mean?
Okay? You're familiar with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And Facebook has a communication or texting app associated with it, and it's called Messenger, correct?
Facebook Messenger, correct?
It's not called iMessenger.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And then you're familiar with text messaging that originated with Apple, and it's referred to as iMessage.
Yes.
And it's not referred to as iMessenger, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it is possible, isn't it, to receive Facebook Messenger postings on someone's phone from someone's Facebook account if that person, the holder of the Facebook account, permits that person to see their Facebook Messenger communications.
Depends where you got the data from, sir.
Okay. You did not find anything on the Apple iPhone 13 mini of any Facebook Messenger postings between Anna Walsh and a person named William Faster.
Specifically Facebook Messenger
Yes,
between those two on the iPhone 13 mini.
yes.
Not that I recall.
You did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone mini between Anna Walsh and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
I would have to see the documents, sir.
I think I'm gonna have to come inside. Okay. Why don't we go?
Is this a tactic to just exhaust everybody? I mean, keeping Trooper Keefe on the stand so long that the impact of the hour or two where he was talking about those disgusting Google searches gets lost in the message? I mean, it does seem like so long ago where we were hearing about those Google searches because it's just over and over, and there's no I know, Lisa, you keep saying that at the closing arguments we might find out what the interpretation of this is. It's just so hard to listen to this and not know the purpose. Christine says this line of questioning is wasting everyone's time. I mean, this is going to cause the trial to go on forever. I read that it's estimated this trial is going to go for approximately 2 to 3 weeks, but could stretch to 3 to 4 weeks depending on the oh my gosh, I got distracted because Sharona just said there's a video of Catherine and Eugene Levy speaking together at Christmas. Oh, that looks adorable. Or it sounds adorable. I haven't seen it yet. That's exciting. Yeah, this is exhausting. Come Monday, what are the jurors going to remember? I mean, of course, they have their notebooks to take the notes, and when it's time to deliberate, they'll have access to these evidence logs, I imagine. But oh my gosh, excuse me that I'm yawning because it's really like, I don't know. It's like a different type of word salad, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm one of those people that is pretty direct and gets to the point. And even then, I feel sometimes I could have said things in a much more concise way. When someone drags it on, it's like when you have to write a 10-page essay or 10-page paper and you're using as many words as you can to get to that 10 pages. Sharona says the prosecution better redirect with a few very pointed questions to get the jurors' minds back on track. Good point. Christine says, I think the jury is feeling the same way we are. They are confused by where this is going. Yeah, it's frustrating.
So may I approach you? I'm
You may.
just going to ask you, Trooper, have you seen that in your examination of the iPhone Mini 13? If you haven't, that's fine.
I can't tell what device this was extracted from, sir.
So it is fair to say, though, that when you examined the iPhone Mini, you never saw any communications involving Anna Walsh and William Fastow, correct? On the iPhone Mini,
Any communication whatsoever under
between the two of them.
specific application? This was the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Can you clarify? I'm not sure what you're asking.
On the iPhone Mini that
Cor-
we've been talking about today, and I thought you just answered. You did not see any communications between Anna Walsh and William Fastow first, let's say, with Facebook Messenger.
Not that I recall.
And of course, one of the, well, before I ask that question, so you don't recognize.
This what you just handed me? I can't authenticate where this came from. I don't know what device it came from. I can't speak to that.
Then at this time, I'll just have it marked by ID.
We'll mark it for identification. Are we at K? No. Oh, geez. All right. Thank you. What is it?
So, now, look, you said to my question, you said, I don't recall if you saw communications on the iPhone Mini between Anna Walsh and William Fastow using Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
You don't recall.
I don't.
Of course, in the nature of this case and the fact that you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, if in fact you found messaging that was between Anna Walsh and William Fastow on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That'd be pretty important stuff, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and I ask you a very simple question, did you see any Facebook Messenger messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow? You said, I don't recall. But that'd be right, that's what you said.
Yes.
You would agree that's pretty important. That would be pretty important evidence if you found that on that phone, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that with regards to Apple iMessage, text messages, you didn't find any iMessages appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, iMessages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, correct?
No.
And of course, in the context of this case, that would be pretty important evidence. If you found any communications, whatever form, on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, communications between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And the other thing you did not find is any evidence of deleted messages using Facebook Messenger on the iPhone, the Mini.
I would have to take a look, sir. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but once again, that software you use, whether it be Celebrite or Magnet Gray Axiom, it's able to detect deleted materials. In fact, that's one of the forensic tools, one of the forensic reasons it's used, to see if there's deletions of data that might be important to a case, correct?
Well, it all depends. The software that that company has published at the time, the software the device is running. So never do they get all the data extracted from a device. So the deleted data may never be parsed out and read.
Okay, well,
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
but if you wanted to find messages, whether they be Facebook Messenger or Apple iMessages, between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, and you thought it was, as you told us, it would be very important evidence to find, you would do everything you could as a forensic digital specialist to try to find them, wouldn't you?
Well, her device was never recovered, sir.
I'm sorry?
Her device was never recovered.
I'm talking about the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
You just said messages on her device between.
If I did, I apologize, and I might very well have said that. Thank you for correcting me. Messages between Anna Walsh and William Fasto appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That would be pretty important evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything you could as a digital forensic specialist to try to find that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And just a minute.
You're done?
Just a minute. I'm finally done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want to leave this stuff here?
Yes, the lawyers will take care of that, but thank you.
Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Heather Sullivan.
Please record for me, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. You can be seated.
Watch this.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, Sullivan.
And you say retired. When did you retire?
In July,
And how long were you a state police trooper?
20 years.
And what can you just tell us your your path through the state police, where your assignments?
Sure. I was on the road for the first 7 years of my career. For the last 13 years, I've been in crime scene, 7 of which I worked at the crime scene office that's attached to the medical examiner's office. In the last 6 years, I worked in the crime scene services in Danvers.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime scene services in Danvers?
It was my responsibility to go to any homicide, suicide, unattended death, any crime scene where I would need to collect evidence, process it for fingerprints, or document any items of interest.
And what type of training did you need to obtain in order to get into that unit?
We had on-the-job training, but it was years and years of training. Every year we have some sort of class, proficiency tests in crime scene, videography, documentation, evidence collection, tire track, footwear, and fingerprints.
You say proficiency tests in those areas. Did you pass your proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes.
Did you pass your competency tests?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to be involved in an investigation that initially started in Swampscott that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to in Swampscott that afternoon?
330 Paradise Lane. It was an apartment complex, and I was called there by Norfolk County Detective Unit.
And about what time do you think you got there?
About 1,400 hours.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what was marked as Exhibit 90? It's a photograph. And forgive me, I don't have the file number in front of me. Do you see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of the two trash receptacles I was responsible for documenting.
On Exhibit 90, it says HAS. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir.
And could we have Exhibit 91? And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a trash compactor at the same location that I also documented.
Now, what was done with those two, the trash compactor and the dumpster?
I, like I said, documented with photographs all the way around, and then we were going to search it at a different location.
And did you go to that different location?
Yes.
Where was that?
300 Forest Street in Peabody. It was Greenworks Republic's transfer station.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 107, which was, I believe, file number 6556? Thank you. Now, does this look like where you went to in Peabody?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got to Peabody, what was done with the two dumpster? What was done with the dumpster and the compactor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, my bad. What was done with the contents of the dumpster and the compactor once you got to Peabody?
They were separately transported to this location, 304th Street, and they marked off an area. I documented it before they dumped the trash, and then individually, they started with one of the trash receptacles, dumped that, and spread it out so we could go through it and search it.
So, and who did that process? Who dumped it out and searched it?
So the company who transported the receptacles, they're the ones who dumped it, but they put it in a location where we could go through it methodically. The CERT team, which is a special emergency response team, there's about 10 of those individuals who were there to go through the individual trash bags.
And what were the conditions like while everyone was doing this?
As far as
Weather.
Oh, it was it's January, so it was very cold. And it was outdoor location. It looks like it's indoor, but it's half indoor, half outdoor.
And so when the CERT team would get to a bag, would they open several bags at once, or what? How would they do it?
So they did it methodically. So they each you know, kind of tacked it together. They went through each individual bag, looked to see. We actually had a meeting about what we were looking for, so they knew what to look for. If they found anything that they possibly thought was of interest, they would flag me down. I would photograph it. And then if it was something that the detectives wanted to collect, we would collect it and spread it out so we can document it further.
So could I, at this point in time, Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 125? So do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
Is this one of the bags, contents of the bags that you had to spread out and do further documentation of?
That was some of the contents in one of the bags, yes.
And what's this, bless you. What is the significance of the yellow placard?
That tells me, so as I was spreading things out, each bag got a placard, and then we would know which items came from which bag.
Now, when items were packaged up and brought back to the lab, did they all go to the same person, or did different people enter them into the LIMS system?
So I entered any evidence that we collected for crime scene services, which would be specifically for fingerprinting. I would collect that evidence, and then the detective unit collected anything we weren't actually processing for fingerprints or DNA. And then another person from the forensic scientists unit, also in the crime lab, they collected anything that they would be testing for DNA specifically, and only that.
Okay. And so these items here, were they tested for fingerprints?
They were collected by my lab and sent to the Boston lab because it was their, basically their area that the incident occurred. So they took that evidence and they fingerprinted it.
Now, but you were able to enter these into the LIMS system, correct?
I entered anything that I collected, documented it, collected it, tagged it, and put it in the LIMS system.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
Ma'am, do you happen to have gloves with you? I see a box.
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
For the record, I'm bringing you some parchment paper just in case you need it.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this object?
Yes.
What is this?
It's one of the bags of evidence that I had collected because I can see my handwriting on it.
And what does it say on the exterior of the bag?
Tin snips by placard 8, and I itemized it 7-9. The LIMS number is 23-00596 with my initials and the date that I collected it.
Could you put some gloves on and open that bag and make sure that the snips are inside?
Do you mind if I stand?
No, go right ahead.
The snips you found at the scene that night?
Yes.
You can place them back in the bag. Your Honor, you have this marked. The Commonwealth would seek to have the tin snips with the bag marked as the next exhibit.
All right, no objection. The snips in the bag are now in evidence as Exhibit 171. Is that correct?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag, item 7-10, which I itemized in LIMS, and it's a hacksaw, and it was by placard 8 as well.
Could you open that bag and make sure the hacksaw is inside? If it is, could you please do so?
It is.
Without trying to make anything of a mess, but thank you. Thank you. Could you return it back? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hacksaw and the bag marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 172, the hacksaw.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a brown paper bag with a hammer, item 7-11.
And if you could keep your voice up.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I have you getting up and doing all that stuff, so that's my fault. Could you open the bag and make sure the hammer's inside? Let me help. Thank you. And that's the hammer you saw that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hammer in the bag marked as the next exhibit.
Hearing no objection, it's in evidence now as 173.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Do you recognize this bag?
Yes, sir.
Could you open it and could you tell us first what is it?
It's a bag with packing tape, item 7-12.
Could you open it and look inside and confirm that the tag tape is inside? And does that appear to be the tag tape that you found at in PVD at the trash site that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag with the packing tape marked as the next exhibit.
It is now, the packing tape is now in evidence as 174.
Ms. Gilman, could you take that down? Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ma'am, do you see that bag?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's brown paper bag with a hatchet in it, item 7-13.
Could you open that bag and confirm the hatchet's inside? Could you please put the hatchet back inside? Could you put the hatchet back inside? And that's the same hatchet that you saw that you retrieved from the trash station at PVD that night?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the hatchet marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? The hatchet is in evidence as Exhibit 175.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes?
Do you recognize that bag?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a bag. Actually, don't know what's in this. Craftsman shears.
Craftsman shears.
Yes.
Could you open it and confirm the Craftsman shears are inside?
Sure.
Thank you. Are those the Craftsman shears you saw that night in PVD?
They were.
For the record now, the shears are back in the bag. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the shears marked as the next exhibit. Objection.
What's the LIMS number on that? Is it 714?
714.
All right, the shears 714 are in evidence as 176.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
You may.
Recognize that bag.
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag with a measuring cup in it, item 7-15.
And could you open that bag and look inside? Is that the measuring cup you saw that night, Peabody?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the cup now back inside as the next exhibit. Objection. Number 715.
715, the measuring cup is now in evidence as 177.
So I take it you took these items back to the lab and entered them into the LIMS system.
I did, sir.
And you didn't do any further work on these items once they were in the LIMS, once they were entered into the crime lab evidence system.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Thank you. On the measuring cup, there was some dark powder. Do you remember seeing that?
That wasn't like that when I packaged it in the beginning.
And now, in your training experience of working in the crime lab, do you recognize that type of substance?
Seems to be black fingerprint powder.
And one of the reasons you took it to the crime lab was to be fingerprinted?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I have no question.
All right, the witness may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully calls next witness.
Commonwealth will call Richard Atkinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Richard Atkinson, Atkinson.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
What is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
It's where the medical examiners in Massachusetts work.
And what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a doctor who's in charge of examining the bodies of people who are deceased to determine their cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
I've been there 11 and a half years.
And could you tell us your educational background?
Sure. I have a 4-year bachelor degree from Stony Brook University in New York. I then did a 4-year MD at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. I then did a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at New York Presbyterian Hospital and Stony Brook Hospital. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the office where I currently work.
And so I take it that worked into you starting your career at the OCME.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
To be board certified in a specialty in medicine, you usually have to finish the residency in that specialty. And complete a certain number of cases or see a certain number of patients and then take a test.
And are you certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes,
Which ones?
I'm certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you tell us what is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that's involved in determining the cause of death and manner of death of people who die of not obviously natural causes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a bigger umbrella term that refers to diagnosing disease by looking at tissue or blood samples, that kind of thing.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what happens to a human body within the first hour of death?
Several things can happen. Usually there is rigor mortis within a couple of hours. It can, however, almost immediately occur after a person's death. That's just when the muscles tighten up in the position that the person died in. There's also something called lividity or livor mortis. That's when all the blood in the body, once the heart stops beating, settles down to the lowest point. So if you're lying on your back, it will settle to your back and give you a pink discoloration of your back, and also a white discoloration of your front.
Now, sir, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is just an examination of the body of someone who has died, including looking at the external surface of the body and also cutting into the body and examining the organs.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed just over 1,500 full autopsies, about 2,700 additional examinations that weren't full autopsies, and I've supervised 300 additional full autopsies.
How long does an autopsy take?
It depends. An autopsy can take less than an hour if it's simple. It can take all day if it's a difficult case.
And how, you said the external and internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
We examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram, and just looking for signs of injuries or disease that might have led to the person's death.
And what consists of the internal portion of an autopsy?
The internal portion is removing the organs, also looking for signs of disease or injury, and sometimes removing items like bullets that may have killed someone.
And when doing an autopsy, I neglected to ask this, but I imagine there is a facility at OCME that you do this in.
Yes.
And can you just tell us, like, what do you have as far as tables to work on for patients?
The table that the decedent lies on?
Yes.
It's a metal table with raised edges.
And what do you wear when you perform an autopsy?
I wear a lot of protective equipment, a full Tyvek suit, extra sleeves and an apron over that, a mask and face shield, and 3 pairs of gloves.
And when you do an autopsy, what attempts do you make to get access to a decedent's medical records?
We make every attempt we can to access their medical records. In Massachusetts, the law is that we're entitled to them in Massachusetts. So,
and when performing an autopsy, what samples do you take from the body during an autopsy for further analysis?
We take fluids and sometimes tissue for toxicology testing. We also take it sometimes for DNA testing, for looking at under the microscope, various different things.
And can you tell us what histology is?
Yes.
What is histology?
Histology is the study of tissue by looking at it under the microscope.
And how many times have you ever testified in a court before giving your a medical opinion?
Yes.
Now, on January 10th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to seize items taken from a trash facility in Peabody?
Yes.
Where did you do that?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
Why were you examining items opposed to, well, why were you examining items at the OCME?
Normally, we're not involved in examining items, just bodies of people. In this case, the objective was to determine whether there was any human tissue on these items.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Okay.
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
And what is this an image of?
This is an image of several pieces of blue and white carpet that I examined.
Commonwealth would seek to have this image marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
I see that.
Yes, I apologize. Your Honor. Yes. Thank you. I will also put it in the record.
Yes. So for the record, what's the JPEG number of 178 that's now in evidence?
Is PC 110181.
All right. The photo of the rug with that JPEG number is now in evidence as 178.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's go in. We have a PC 110181. Doctor, can you see that?
Yes.
So, Doctor, can you tell us what are we looking at here in this image?
There were 7, though I think some of them are not in the image, 7 pieces of rolled up blue and white carpet with some stains on them, and the pieces of debris that you can see just above the ruler were also present on some of the pieces of carpet.
And who places the ruler there?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this image, sir?
Yes.
Is that one of the pieces of carpet that you had the opportunity to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter into evidence PC 110195, image of carpet.
Any objection? That 110195 is now in evidence as 179, photo also of rug.
And may the Commonwealth publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Let's go in. We have 110195. So, Doctor, is this one of the carpets that you had the opportunity to see that night or see that day when you were at OCME?
Yes.
And that ruler, did you place that there as well?
Yes.
And Doctor, do you have an idea of what the aggregate measurement of the carpets were together?
No, I don't think I recorded that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is this another one of the pieces of carpet you had the opportunity to examine that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter in PC 110198, second image of carpet.
No objection.
The photo of the rug 110198 is now in evidence as Exhibit 180. Is that a good place to stop for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
What a day. Wow. It felt like a full day, didn't it, everybody? Once we're all completely done, I'll do a summary of what happened today. But let's wait till we hear the final announcements and we see Brian handcuffed and taken out to spend the weekend in jail. Yeah, it felt like such a long day, right, Christine? It really did. And I imagine this is going to be critical testimony because this is the man, or it's the office of the man. He works for the office that decides cause and manner of death. So I would imagine the cross-examination would be a lot. And I can already picture what Cross is going to say, like, well, you don't have a body, so how do you know? But then again, we haven't heard, and I haven't seen publicly speculations on what Brian did to Anna to take her life. We don't allegedly, right? We haven't really heard anything about that. TMTB, I'm not sure if the judge is on the fence about telling him about his other guilty pleas. I am not sure about that. If anyone knows about that, please leave it in the chat. Over the weekend, I will be working on trial recaps from earlier days this week.
I always like to check in with the lawyers, particularly. I check in with them, as you've seen, at the end of every day, but particularly at the end of the week, to take stock of sort of where we are right now in the case and to give you my best estimate. It's only that, it's the best estimate. But the case has been moving in quite efficiently. I think when I unpaneled you, I told you that we expected 3.5 to 4.5 weeks of evidence. I don't think it's going to go that long. My best estimate at this point is that the evidence in this case will be concluded within a total time frame of 3 weeks. So we just put 1 week in the bank, so to speak. I don't think the evidence will go any further than 2 additional weeks. So I just try to keep you as well advised, because as I've said to you, I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice to your personal lives that you've been making. That's my best estimate right now. And as we go through those next 2 weeks, I'll give you further updates. All right. So jurors, I hope you all, I appreciate the work you've done this week. I hope you all get some rest this weekend. And while you're getting that rest, you must not do the following things. Do not speak to anyone about this case. Do not go on any social media or any news media of any sort. Don't do any research of any kind about this case. Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Again, I appreciate all you're doing. Have a really nice weekend.
All rise for the court, please. Your disclosure notebooks, follow me.
Nice weekend.
Charlie, that makes sense that she wants to sentence the severity of misleading the police based on how the jury decides. So maybe that's why the judge won't talk about the other two charges he pled guilty to.
Nice to counsel beside me.
TMDB says yes, the defense wants the jury informed of his pleas. The judge has decided not to sentence for them because the outcome of this case changes the sentence of the plea. TMTB, why do you think the defense wants the jury informed of the pleas? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense because there's enough evidence. I mean, it's hard to dispute what he did to Anna after the fact. There's tons of DNA evidence. There's the Google searches. There's all that's, they're not contesting the conveyance of a human body or parts of it. They're not contesting that he lied to the police. It's simply, how did Anna die? So I think that's why it's important for them. I get it why the defense wants the jury to know about that. And not guilty could be up to 3 years. A guilty could be 20 years or more for the misleading the police charge. So if he's found guilty in this trial, the misleading the police law enforcement would be 3 years. If he's found guilty in this trial, it could be an additional 20 years or more. That's what Charlie is saying. TMTB says they think he looks like he is caring and remorseful. I don't know. I hope they don't think that. They want to get a better deal. Well, the jail sentence, Carol says. Carol, is also saying that on her Instagram account, Palace Fashion Files, you can see she'll do a summary of all of the beautiful clothing worn for the Together at Christmas special by Catherine. Although it's not going live until Christmas Day, I believe. It was recorded today, so all the people walking in and out, there are pictures available for it. TMDB says, my understanding is moving a body could be max 10 years. If moving a body with first degree, 20 years. Yeah. I wonder if they'll tell us who they're planning to have on Monday. I heard the judge say that she thinks there's about another 2 weeks left in evidence. But she said something about it could. Oh, excuse me. She said the trial could go 3.5 to 4.5 weeks, something along those lines. I wonder what their holiday closures are, because this could go into January, right? Everybody? Could be. Carol says it will premiere, the Christmas special will premiere on BritBox on December 24th at 7 p.m. for people outside the UK. Good to know. Christine says the trial needs to end before Christmas. Yeah. Oh, they went out of focus. Come on, get back in focus. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. So if it's 2 weeks, we're talking the 19th of December. But that would be when evidence is done being presented. I don't know if that includes who the defense is going to call. And then there's the deliberations. So I don't know. It could go into early next year. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, everybody. I keep yawning. I should take a nap. TMTV says, I hope we get the crime scene guys next. I hope we get like the DNA evidence results, right? We're seeing where they took evidence from, but we're not seeing the testing of the evidence or the results of those evidence. Lisa says these kinds and types of murder go on and on. If not this case, another case. And Christine says, who wants to bet how long the jury is in deliberation? Let's see as we get closer. Maybe I'll do a poll. Sharona says, it's my understanding that the prosecution and the party that wants is the party that wants his pleas to be known to the jury.
I didn't ask you over there, but I assume based on our last little bit, anything the Commonwealth needs to address with the court before I get off the bench? And same to the defense.
No, Your Honor.
Everyone have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
His smile. Lisa says, I'm guessing 3 hours because there's a lot of paperwork involved. I want to say it's going to be a couple days because there's a lot of evidence. Right, everybody? Like, okay, who's the cameraman? They keep focusing and going out of focus. Okay, everybody. So looks like we are done for the weekend. I'm going to stop sharing that. I'm going to change this really quick. And let's do a quick summary of what we saw day 5 of the Brian Walshe trial. This is now Friday. Today was just a half day of court. The judge dismissed everybody early before lunch or during lunch. And even though it was a short day, there was quite a lot that happened. It was long and arduous, I have to say. But before we get into it, I'm going to say that viewer discretion is advised as some of these topics are disturbing. So today we heard a continuation of Trooper Keefe's testimony. The defense was the one that was questioning him. And I'm sorry, we started out with the prosecution questioning him. And we were talking about some of the text message exchanges that were happening between Brian and Anna. We hear that on December 25th, right before noon, 11:53, 11:54 a.m., there were 2 text messages. And the first text message says, hello, Thomas asked if you were coming today. The phone number is the phone numbers that they talk about are, this is Brian's phone number and this is Anna's phone number. So the presumption is this is a text going from Brian's phone to Anna's phone. Then there's a text message a minute later. It says, I haven't heard from you at all. Then about an hour later, we get a text. Anna responds and says, My flight got canceled driving up. Oh, I'm sorry. The text message was read an hour later at 12:57 p.m. So when Anna sent it, we don't know. We just know when that number was read. And then we get messages coming in around January 2nd. And this message is from Brian's phone, allegedly, to Anna's phone. It says, "Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed, said he forgot it was there." So here we are establishing that Brian had no idea where his phone was. And let's look at the facts of the case. The fact is, based on opening statements, the defense has said Anna had died of natural causes on January 1st at 5 a.m. So this is clearly a misleading text. He knows his wife is dead and he's texting her saying, "My phone, I haven't found it. The kids were playing with it." Then we hear more text messages on January 2nd. "Where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early." So again, more misleading the police, you could say, once the police saw this information, more just creating issues. Then we hear on January 3rd in the morning, there are texts that say, "Hello, where are you? I'm worried. Please call or email. I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now." Then we hear that the following day, January 4th, Brian's phone number texts, "I'm calling Jeff now." I'm not sure who Jeff is yet, but I'm sure this is someone that we will be hearing from. So this is just setting up that Brian was lying, was setting up alibis, was sending fake text messages to a phone number he knew where the recipient would not be receiving those texts. I do want to talk about these December 25th texts. So we heard about what happens around 11:53, 11:54 a.m. on Christmas Day. We heard from Will, the man that Anna was dating, that they were together on the 24th. Allegedly, Anna was supposed to take a flight back on the 24th, but she missed that flight. So she ended up going home on the 25th. So originally, if I'm not mistaken, Anna was supposed to be with Brian and the kids on Christmas Eve, but she didn't go until Christmas Day. And when she did, I think Will said on the stand that there had been bad weather and the flight was canceled, and that is why Anna made the drive. Another thing to remember is Will said that he himself went to Idaho on the 25th in order to spend time with his children. He was going through divorce. He was separated from his wife at the time. And I'm trying to think, was there anything else that was important there? I don't think so. Okay, so the prosecution doesn't rest their case. The prosecution is done with questioning of Trooper Keefe. Then we get into the cross-examination, and boy, was that difficult to watch. So I took some notes on it, but this is one of those that, oh my goodness, it was a long, drawn out questioning. The defense attorney wouldn't stay at the podium, so his audio was not the best. But we hear one of the first things he asks Trooper Keefe is, "Was there anyone that instructed you to exclude information?" So already casting doubt on the supervisors and the managers of Trooper Keefe. The reason this questioning was asked was because the data that Trooper Keefe looked through in the phones, the electronic data, the forensic data, he was confined by certain search dates. And the lawyer was asking, "Well, how come you didn't look at other dates? Were you instructed to not look at these other dates?" And you know how it is. If he had actually gone and looked at those dates, then that would be a completely different issue. Well, what gave you what's the word I'm looking for? What probable cause did you have to look for those other dates? So anyways, and then about I want to say 2 hours later, the defense attorney says, wait, let me check my notes. Okay, so here we go. The cross-examination begins 22 minutes into our live stream. Then at an hour and a half into our live stream, about an hour later, the defense attorney asks Trooper Keefe, who's Trooper Proctor? And it is said that he is the lead investigator of this case. So the interpretation here is, the implication here is, Trooper Proctor has been investigated, and his reputation is not the greatest, and he was the one telling you what to look for, when to look for. Did he tell you to exclude evidence? Did he tell you not to look at certain things, to try to cast doubt on the evidence that's been collected? Okay, so going back to what Trooper Keefe was asked and how he responded to the defense's questions. Sorry that I'm looking over to the side because that is where I have my notes. We hear that on December 25th, there were several questions. There were several Google searches that Brian did on his phone. The first was he did an Expedia search. And I think that was just to find out about flight information. Then he looked up Christmas Day plane crash. He looked up Anna Walshe found dead. So what this is, the defense's goal, I believe, my understanding, is to say this man was so worried for his wife. She was so bad at responding to his text messages that he had to resort to these dark Google searches. So we're seeing a pattern, basically, that Anna wouldn't respond a whole lot to Brian's text messages, to the point that these were Google searches being made. Is he also trying to say that any Google searches that happen after January 1st, those gruesome searches we heard of, that there's a logical explanation for those as well? We don't know. We don't know, because this defense attorney did not even brush on this topic at all. Then we hear that there were, on December 30th, searches for expensive champagne, and the lawyer asks Trooper Keefe, there's nothing nefarious about searching for movies and champagne. Well, yeah, of course there isn't. It was New Year's Eve, like so many of you were saying in the chat. Of course he was going to look up champagne. And just because someone is planning to do something awful doesn't mean that they're also not looking up pop culture or doing online shopping or whatever. We also hear that Brian had made, on December 30th, reservations for a restaurant on January 1st. I don't think they went into detail about it, but this corroborates what the lady at the nail salon said about how Anna was having a pedicure next to her, and mentioned that she was excited about this dinner date she was going to be going on with her husband the following evening. Then on New Year's Eve, we hear about some really weird searches, like how to file a 501c3 church. And we heard about something along the lines of how to donate the sales or the funds from a sale of a car to a church. So there's some scandalous things that he was planning to do. I don't know. And in our discussion in our live stream, we were talking about, where is Anna's car? Where is Anna's car? We don't know. I don't know if anyone's even talked about it. Did he sell the car? We don't know. Next thing, let me see. Okay, so at this point, everybody's exhausted. You're exhausted. I'm exhausted. The jury's exhausted. So we go on a break, about a half an hour break. And when we come back, before the jury is let back into the courtroom, the judge is explaining to the lawyers, and I think he's mostly talking to the defense, that different officers have different responsibilities, and that you can ask, the implication is you can ask Trooper Keefe certain questions, but that may not have been his responsibility. There's a team of people that are working on this explanation. Agatha says, did she maybe not have a car? She took Ubers to get to the airport. She did have a car. She had a Volkswagen Taos, Taos. And I was doing some searches. We know that so we know December 25th, she drove to Boston, right? To Cohasset, Massachusetts. But then she flew back, right, everybody? She flew back to DC, and she was in DC, I think, until December 30th. So that would mean her car was left in Cohasset. And that makes sense because we also heard from the Uber representative that Anna's account, the Uber account associated with Anna's account, took 2 Ubers on December 30th, and we were estimating that, or guess, we were, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my God, I lose my train of thought. That one of those Uber rides was from her home in DC to the airport, and the second Uber ride was from the airport in the Boston area to her home in Cohasset. So that would appear that perhaps her car should have been yes, speculating. Thank you. I am going to have some really good sleep this weekend so that I'm not this. Thank you. Concluding. Thank you. Assuming. Thank you. Thank you. All perfect words for what I was trying to say. So yes, we are assuming that the car was still in Cohasset. Now, on January 4th, Brian calls Will, the man that Anna was dating, and he calls him twice. Both times, Will lets the phone go to voicemail. The second time, Brian actually leaves a message and says, "We don't know where Anna is. Anna is missing." So, in fact, actually, I think this was maybe January 5th. I will put, when this video comes out, I'll put the correct date up at the top of the screen, so you all know. And Will calls Brian back and says, "I'm by Anna's townhome right now. Do you want me to go and check if her car is here?" And Brian says yes. When Will gets to the home, Brian gives the key code for Will to enter the home, which I thought was a little bit weird. I would imagine that since Will and Anna were close, he might already have this information. However, he may have been, it would have been suspicious if Brian didn't, because Will's under the assumption Brian doesn't know that they're having an affair. So by saying he knew the code, it would be very suspicious to Brian. So he enters, there's no car there. I was asking Groke, and you all know Groke makes mistakes. In fact, the first time I asked Groke was like, "Anna's car was a Volkswagen Beetle." No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was a Volkswagen Taos, however you pronounce it. So she went to, yes, TMDB. Most of the time she went to Will's place. And in fact, Will said he never spent the night at Anna's place. It was always Anna at Will's place. You can imagine that there would be a location track, that Brian would have location tracking on Anna. I wonder. So we haven't heard anything about that, have we? Because you can share locations. Something to think about. Okay. When I was looking at Groke also said the car was later found in the garage on January 7th. So I don't believe that. Based on everything we've seen so far, the car should have been in Cohasset unless Brian drove the car and dropped it off in DC. He's not technically a Clyde, to say the least, Agatha says. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then we start hearing about these Zillow postings for properties in Baltimore area, and it's Anna sending them to Brian. And this is assuming that Brian is now, this is weird. This is weird because Anna bought this townhome and the goal is to move the entire family to DC. And yet, Anna is sending property listings for other places. Now, whether or not they wanted to maybe buy an investment property could be. Anna could have been thinking to herself, well, this man might be going to jail. So I need to figure out, do I need to downsize? We don't know what it was, but that was an odd thing. And then we also hear about a property being sold. Um, and then the defense ends up resting and does not ask any questions of Trooper Keefe of those horrible, disgusting Google searches that Brian had done that we heard about on day 4. A new witness is now called. This is Heather Sullivan, who is called to the stand. She is a retired trooper. We start off with seeing images of a dumpster and a trash compactor. These were all moved to a secondary location and it was transported by the same company. The same company transported both, and the same company dumped these things into it seemed like a warehouse. We heard from this trooper that the warehouse, even though it looks outdoors, when we look at it, it looks like it's all completely outdoors, but it is actually half indoor, half outdoor. So it was very cold. It was January. So people searching through these things, they were doing it in pretty difficult conditions. They went through all of this trash methodically. Each individual bag was gone through separately. There was a meeting that was held before they went through the evidence, where it was discussed what type of objects to be looking for, so that they knew what to look for. And then we started seeing the evidence. I think it said number 8 in the picture, and it was where we see all of those disgusting tools. And one by one, those tools were admitted into evidence in the court. And this time we actually saw this trooper take them out of the bag. Like, we could see the actual thing. Whereas yesterday or the day before, when we were seeing evidence being checked in, the officer was just looking in the bag, confirming that it's in whatever is supposed to be in there is in there, and not actually pulling it out. So that was hard to watch because those were big tools. They looked like heavy tools. And then the interesting thing we saw is that there was a measuring cup. And to me, when they pulled out that measuring cup, that looked like a 1-cup measuring cup. Let me know in the comments if that's what you saw as well. And I wonder why that was admitted into evidence. I speculated that this was done to make the measurements of how much bleach to water to make the cleaning solution, or how much hydrogen peroxide to water to make the cleaning solution. And maybe there's evidence of like residue left over from creating these cleaning solutions. Let's see. Charlie says, you would think as new as the cars are, they would have location tracking records to see where they have been. And you know what, Charlie? This could just be us asking questions, and maybe we'll get an answer later. I don't know. We just haven't seen it addressed yet. And okay, so with this witness, we didn't hear any cross-examination. The defense did not cross-examine. And then we closed the day out with Richard Atkinson, who is a medical doctor, works at the office of the chief medical examiner. And we hear a lot about his qualifications, and they were lengthy. He has a bachelor's degree. He went to medical school. He did a residency, and there were a lot. And then he talked about the technique and definitions of what happens during an autopsy. What is an autopsy? What is worn during the autopsy? Where is an autopsy done? What protective clothing is being worn? And I was actually really surprised at how many layers of PPE that these doctors are wearing during these autopsies. So it was like a lab coat and a Tyvek suit and then another suit and then an apron and the gloves, they were triple gloved. So we heard all about that. And I think that's really important because we want to know that nothing is contaminated. This is just showing the jury that there are appropriate measures taken. We also heard the definition of what an accredited lab is. And I think that's important. It gives credibility to this witness and to the lab. Now, he was asked why he was called on to this case, and he said, normally we look at human bodies after they have passed on. And this was different because there was no human body, but there were items that were tested to see if there was any human tissue on these items. And what's happening now is that now all of this evidence is being entered into the court. So just like all of those tools we saw a little bit ago, now this evidence is being entered into court. We saw one of these pieces of evidence. It was blue and white carpet samples. Richard Atkinson said there were 7 pieces of this carpet. He was asked how big he thought the carpet was, and he couldn't estimate how big the carpet was. And then there were pieces of debris that were also found within this carpet. For evidentiary purposes, there were rulers placed so that we could know the size of the debris and also the size of the carpet fragments. So, everybody, that is all that I have for you today. If this was interesting to you, please like and subscribe. We are going to be doing this again on Monday, so I will see you all Monday morning. I will be releasing recaps as often as possible. Hopefully, I'll be able to do it over the weekend. And maybe if there's enough time, it would be really nice if I could do a summary from beginning to end what we saw this week. So I want to thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for joining me. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And I will talk to you all in just a couple of days. Bye, everybody.